Alright, we're gonna fly the Concorde from Mexico to Seattle, Tacoma. KSEA. I am using active sky. Minimize that. Using the Boeing yoke and the Airbus joystick. I don't feel like connecting the big yoke. There's a chance it could crash. Loading, crash. There's also a chance the weather is bad and the aircraft's not fit for takeoff in this direction, but we'll see.
I believe I was in Miami with Justin, and we saw two girls over by the bar, both equally as attractive as each other. I said, Justin, I'm gonna make their approach. It's my turn. I'm gonna go over and talk to these girls. The blonde's mine. He was like, yeah, I want the brunette anyway. Cool. I walked over, introduced myself. Hey, girls, how you doing? My name's Tristan. And I could tell instantly from the way that the brunette touched my arm. Oh, hey, where are you from? Grabbing me like this. And the blonde was like slightly less interested. He walked over telepathically without saying a single word. He could read the body language of the girls. He could see, and we immediately switched targets. And he started talking to the blonde. Not a word had to be said, and he nailed it. He knew exactly what to do. So those are the type of people you want to hang around with. So teamwork is one.
Okay, that's crazy. Psychological distress.
You're a corny live streamer. You're a corny live streamer, bro.
Hey, good luck with your fight, Logan.
Shut the f up. This man went on a rampage.
My gag reflex is pretty strong.
Logan is being slaughtered from all angles right now.
Logan Paul will be fighting Dylan Dennis next month, and although the battle will be decided in the ring, it seems that Dylan Dennis has already won the war. Don't believe me? Well, Dylan Dennis has flipped the internet into his favour through constantly tormenting Logan Paul about his new fiancée, Nina, posting pictures about her celebrity past and lots more. In the last month, Dylan has achieved over 2 billion, with a B, impressions on Twitter. He has gained almost 500,000 new followers in 30 days, promoting this fight to brand new heights. People are even saying it should be the main event over KSI versus Tommy Fury. Tons of people are following, liking Dylan Dance's tweets, saying it's a masterclass in psychological warfare. This is what we're going to look at today, the psychological destruction of Logan Paul. So for people
Alright, we're loading in. Finally. Come on.
Visor's coming down. Nose 5. Before takeoff check, please.
Briefing takeoff data.
Okay, no change to the briefing and we're a stopper.
Okay, understood. Landing lights.
Taxi turns on, the rest all off.
Transponder.
Squawking. 2000.
Wheel lights.
Off.
Yep, they're off here. Master warning.
Called. There's nothing there. Inhibited.
Takeoff monitor.
Armed.
Reheats. Selected.
4 white.
Pitch index.
13.5 degrees.
Radar.
It's off.
That's the before takeoff checklist complete.
Okay. I have to import the flight plan. Load route. Import. 0. Supersonic. Set payload. Oh yeah, I can't show you without sharing my monitor. Hold on. Alright, so subsonic 31,000. Continue until after 71 nautical miles after waypoint 3. Mach 1 no later. This is when we descend 32 before waypoint 22. I agree with that. 34 right should be the re-arrival runway. What is going on? Change data. Arrival runway. 34 right. Recalculate. Takeoff runway. Oh shit. Change data. 23 right. Recalculate one more time. Alright. Watch this. Print data. Look at this. That's what I wanted to show. Trim 2.5. Bug instruments. Fuel load, F10, we're going to add a little. Where's the one paper? There's one paper I need to see. Alright, so we got the right fuel. I added a little extra, but it's all good. Alright, everything checks out, brakes are off. Three, 2, 1, go. Here comes the afterburners.
Airspeed building. Knots.
Power set.
100.
V1.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Nose Visors coming up. Positive climb.
INS.
V2, visors coming up. Gear coming
Gear
up.
up.
Up. 240 knots.
Your throttles.
500 feet. After takeoff checks, please.
Landing gear.
Up, lights off, neutral.
We need to gain
Landing
more
lights.
speed.
Taxi turns on, the rest all off.
Master warning.
Recalled.
This is a little dangerous. But we gotta do it. I gotta gain more speed. Just a little bit. Alright, autopilot.
Nose and
INS.
visors up and locked. The after
Max
takeoff check
climb.
complete.
Actually, IAS sold. Altitude acquired. How was that? How was that? Alright, I might need to take autopilot off. Because of these mountains. I'm gonna see if we can do it without. Man. These mountains. It's gotta turn left.
Through 10 for 310. No prime, 30, 39. Is set, and I've got 53.0.
It is static.
Ah, I didn't want to do that. We're barely gonna climb it. Now we have to descend.
1,000 feet radio.
5 greens. Go around altitude is set.
800 feet.
See?
500 feet.
Stable.
400 feet.
Just for a reason.
300 feet.
Descend a little. Alright. Autopilot. INS. Alright. Perfect. It's now gonna climb the whole way at 380 knots. That's what I want. Up to 31,000. Perfect. And the INS is working. Good stuff. Wait, is it not climbing? Max climb.
Coming up on point 7. The fuel is just starting aft.
Oh, and then let me pull up my route.
Seatbelts going off now. Taxi turn lights.
They're all off. They're all off.
Climb checks complete. The fuel is running aft.
We're at 18,000 feet, which is like 8,000 feet. Or 10. This elevation is like 7, 8 already.
Through 20 for 310 with a prime 3039 is set, and I've got 53.9.
It's still going aft.
Not on the autopilot. No, it's working. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to go subsonic, so we're gonna have to... Alright, 380. This is the perfect.
Through 30 for 310 with a prime 3039 is set, and I've got 55.0.
It is static.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go.
Oh, we got 1,000 to go. Max climb. Let's just autopilot.
Altitude acquire.
Not following how I expected. Like it's going off trail. But then it's turning left. So I think it is got like its own belief system that it follows. Sense to me though. It should be following the waypoints more accurately. Let me try to get it back on track. But then it goes left, so I'm not really sure. I don't know.
Altitude acquire.
Okay, autopilot back on. And then we just head this way until we get over the water. Maybe it's doing this to save. I don't know. Maybe it's getting me confused. I don't know. We're going off route, in my opinion. way off track.
Familiar, not keeping up with everything, I think let's get a grasp on what Dylan's been actually doing. Well, I tell you, it took me a fucking while because there's so many tweets. Strap in, because you've never witnessed anything like this. Holy fucking shit. Why are there just so many pictures? And he's releasing new ones every day. There's already more that I haven't covered. I tried to cover as many as I could. I really did. As well as these pictures, Dylan has also found videos of Nina saying pretty provocative things that fit into his narrative nicely. Here she is, randomly flashing on camera.
Just for the very first time.
I love.
How about a warm summer's day, sucking down on an ice pot? Or recollecting the time she sucked a guy off in a stadium full of people.
I sucked a d- in a football stadium full of people once.
She also spoke about her gag reflexes in some detail.
My gag reflex is pretty strong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to say. It'll take a lot.
Okay. Wait, you went further.
Okay. And the magnum opus, should we say, of these videos and kind of the whole Nina stuff so far, this video here that achieved over 100 million views in 24 hours that Dylan fucking found. I'm just gonna let it play.
By the way, I'm very proud of myself. This is the longest I've ever gone without sex since I started. Obviously, it started crazy. I am struggling. I need penis inside of me. All I want is like a big fat sausage just destroying my body. So, if any of you guys know a good dick that doesn't have STDs on it, I'll take it.
Fucking hell. I mean, this video went mega viral when Dylan posted it. The script just wrote itself for Dylan. Like, how the fuck did he find all of this? Things got so bad that you could actually bet on whether Logan Paul would call off his engagement. Got, but fuck it, put me down for a couple thousand. Dylan hasn't stopped there. He has also teased that he has a picture of Nina somehow that would end Logan Paul's engagement. I actually have the most insane picture of Nina to ever exist, but I can't share it or the event will be cancelled. Some people didn't believe that this was a real thing. Dylan showed it to Aiden Ross recently from his phone, and this was his reaction.
So you know I'm not lying?
Bro, what the fuck, bro?
I told you I wasn't lying, no? Now you get a vouch for me.
No, that is wild, bro. I actually feel really bad.
Tell me if they were cool twice if I posted it.
Yeah, like that's too far.
You think so?
Bro, come on, bro.
But should I save him from his girl?
God, dude, what? How do you even have that?
I have more. Want to see another one?
Bro, my heart hurts, oh God.
For him or her?
Like, in general, bro.
So it must be bad. Obviously, everyone wants to know, what is this insane picture that comes with teasing anything? I can't lie, I doubt Dylan releases it though. So what has Logan Paul's reaction or response been to Dylan's barrage of posts. Well, firstly, it was reported that Logan was mass blocking anyone who tagged him in Dylan's tweets. It then came out on George Janko's podcast that Logan's friends were telling anyone who commented under Dylan's posts to remove them.
I might have commented a couple laughing faces on one of the pictures that Dylan posted, and someone very close to Logan reached out and said, hey, you should probably take this shit down.
Oh, can I know? I'll be about the name.
But he said then Logan himself reacted by saying apparently it's made him and his girlfriend stronger than ever.
She's a fucking angel, bro. And so I don't feel like going online.
She's like the nicest person. I think for him, he was hoping he would try to break you guys, but if anything, it's probably made you guys stronger.
So much stronger.
So it's like, it's an L for him.
I love this girl so fucking much. Nothing will get between us. Not some fucking fake, lying internet troll whose life has devolved to pretending to be a fighter, stalking women, harassing them, and plastering them on his social media. He's a fucking loser, bro.
If one thing will make you stronger than ever, it's a guy posting about your exes and Leonardo DiCaprio and all that shit. I don't understand these LA YouTubers. I just wouldn't want that. In another interview, Logan says it doesn't faze him at all.
If Dylan thinks a single photo he's posted has rattled me at all, he's a dumbass. I've been through the fucking social ringer. I've seen it all. I've heard all the insults. I know exactly who I am. I know exactly who my wonderful, beautiful fiance is. I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life. Some moron troll posting some bullshit on Twitter will never faze me ever.
I don't know about you, but Logan seemed pretty phased in that clip. In my opinion, Dylan has definitely got under his skin. I just found this fucking hilarious. In one clip, there's a picture of Nina and LeBron James out there somewhere. Logan said that apparently LeBron James asked her for the photo.
She's had long-term boyfriends her whole life. Every guy in the world wants to date her. Only a few could and say they got to. I'm the one that was lucky enough to lock her down. Yeah, she took pictures of her.
Selected.
Yes, guys came up to her and wanted to take photos, including LeBron. Who fucking came up to her and wanted a photo. Yes, she's done professional modeling shoots.
Outboard selected.
Shit because it gets clipped.
That definitely didn't fucking happen. And then, second of all, Logan says, she says provocative shit to get clicks. And that's the digital footprint she has, because there's loads of clips now, as we've seen, of her saying stuff like this.
I don't really think penises are that pretty, so I prefer you to hide it inside.
Dylan has taken that and used it because you have a fight coming up where you're going to physically batter the ever-living shit out of each other. So do I think Dylan's going too far? No. Now look, if Nina was some nobody, had no digital footprint, and was dragged into the limelight by force like this, then maybe I'd feel a bit different. It's all public record, it's on the internet for all to see, so in my opinion, it's fair game. August 22nd, things heat up even more as Dylan Dennis and Logan Paul meet for the first time at the first press conference.
You like my hat?
It's a good hat.
It's a good hat, right?
It's a nice hat.
I'm gonna wear that when I knock them unconscious, so. Okay. In the name of the Japanese people.
Just saying, stole that one from yours truly. Logan brought a poster of Dylan getting choked out by a bouncer.
Yeah, Dylan Dennis, the real fighter who got choked out by a bouncer in a club.
This falls a little short though when there's clips online of Logan Paul saying Dylan Dennis would beat him in an MMA fight.
But he's very good at jiu-jitsu. You gotta pick and choose your battles. If you have no jiu-jitsu experience, going up against a guy who's one of the best in the world in mixed martial arts, I don't like those odds.
Logan made a website called dildodanis.com where you can find the countdown from the last time Dylan Dennis had a fight. Dildodanis.com. That's so shit. And while this website exists, this just turned into another L for Logan because someone made a website back, LoganPaulScams.com, that tracks how many days it's been since Logan Paul has paid back the CryptoZoo victims. While we're on the topic, Dylan Dennis does bring up CryptoZoo to Logan himself.
Why won't you pay back to people from CryptoZoo?
I'm working on it, Dylan.
I'm working on it, Dylan. No, Logan, you scamming
1.1
fuck.
Mac.
As
Secondary
currently,
nozzles
there is
looking
a
good.
massive
55,
lawsuit
9
against
going
you
aft.
because you didn't pay anyone back. Come on, let's be real. Dylan calling Logan a scammer. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. But I'm enjoying seeing Logan Paul squirm way too much to care.
Dylan, run your mouth all you want.
75 bodies she's been with, buddy. I still got
you
more.
ain't ever been with any girl as beautiful as my girl.
Yeah, okay.
My lovely
Every single
fiance,
guy
my
in New York is
sweetheart,
been
who I
with me.
love so much.
Relax.
He then tried going off on his speech, which Dylan Dennis shut down.
You don't gotta take that shit out on me because my brother hooked up with your ex.
At least I got rid of this. You're marrying one.
Dylan. You ain't ever been with any girl as beautiful as my girl.
Yeah, okay.
My lovely
Every single
fiance,
guy in
my
New York is
sweetheart, who
beautiful,
I love
baby,
so much.
relax.
My superstar, whose apartment costs more than your entire net worth.
Leonardo DiCaprio paid for it.
Oh my god. That line, saying that Leo paid for apartments, there's not much Logan can really say, is there? The press conference abruptly ended with John Fury smashing up the gap. But that wasn't the end of Logan's troubles, not by a long shot. Apparently having beef with Dylan wasn't enough, because after the press conference, Logan started to go at Gideon.
But why were you defending with KSI?
Bro, it's my business partner.
Okay, obviously, okay. Hey, I see what you're doing.
You mad two-faced.
No, I'm not two-faced.
I see you switching sides.
I'm real when it needs to be real. And you don't deserve to be real too.
Yeah, right, bro. You
don't deserve to be real too.
Ever,
Hey, you got another fight. You got a whole nother fight to worry about.
Yeah, you on
I was keeping it joke.
You're a fucking
You're the one that told me
you're a corny live streamer. You're a corny live streamer, bro.
1.3 checks complete to 56.5 going on.
Hey, good luck with your fight, Logan.
340 up to 60 with a fine.
Logan explains further after the incident.
He's talking about Jake. This man went on a fucking rampage disparaging Jake, and I stood up for him, and that's what he got mad about. When I texted him, I was like, bro, you went too far with Jake. That's when he really switched up.
Logan Paul, the man who's in bed with Jake Paul's biggest enemy, is now concerned about people going at Jake Paul and wants to act like a good big brother. He responded afterwards by saying that he was going to bet $100,000 on Dylan to win, and if that comes to fruition, he's going to use it to pay back the CryptoZoo victims.
You got to pay those people back at CryptoZoo, my man. So this is what it is. Dylan Dennis, I got $100K on you, my boy. I'm betting $100K on you. If Dylan Dennis wins, I'm going to give all my earnings to the CryptoZoo losers. Because I'm not going to lie, you guys are some suckers for falling for that shit. Like, I'm going to keep it a buck.
Like, how fucking funny would that be? Gideon repaying the victims before Logan Paul. Make it happen. Logan went on Andrew Schultz's podcast and explained the beef further.
I didn't feel like being live streamed. God struck me down. Then he snapped on my brother. And like, people can say that I'm a bad brother and all this shit, but like, you know, I only have so much tolerance for people who are talking shit about Jake, like including Bradley Martin recently. So I texted Gideon. I was like, hey, bro, I think you went a little too far with Jake. Hopped on the phone. I was like, if you ever want to clear anything up, and he like apologized, whatever. And then when this Dylan shit started coming out, Gideon's stoking the fire with Dylan. Fucking get back on Twitter. You're the funniest guy ever. And I'm in my head. I'm like, you worked with us, with Prime. You've been on my podcast. We're friends. We have open dialogue. I even gave you advice with some stiff stuff in your career. Because of these two things that I think were very reasonable, why are you completely flipping to someone who is an evil human, especially as a person who is as supposedly good virtued as Gideon is?
Nah, he's a good guy.
Why choose Dylan fucking Dennis?
I mean, just from watching that clip alone, you can clearly tell Dylan is in Logan's head. He is legitimately calling Dylan an evil person. The guy who scammed his fans millions of dollars and hasn't repaid them, and it's taken the fans suing his ass to even get a penny back, is telling someone they're evil because they're tweeting out some pictures and videos that are public about his girlfriend that she has put out onto the internet herself.
He's an evil person to you. Dylan Dennis, nobody in this world is losing sleep over Dylan Dennis except for you. He fucked up your world. Do you know how much you gotta fuck somebody up from just saying stuff on Twitter that they're calling you a evil person? Going at a dude's wife, like, I'm not gonna lie, that's some pretty low stuff. But it's not fucking evil. Devious, menacing, yeah. You filmed a dead body. Like, that's evil. You went to a place to find a dead body. You were literally, the place is called Suicide Forest. You went there with a camera and was just like, oh yeah, wow, this is nice. We got a nice tree. Ooh, look at that deer over there. What the fuck? A dead body? What? Oh.
I've had my fair share of beef with Gideon too, but the guy's not lying. And that's why it's so baffling, really, because Logan Paul suddenly wants to protect Jake when the person who slates Jake the most, KSI, is like your best buddy now because he's making you millions. Logan Paul just chooses when he wants to be a good older brother. That isn't just what I think. Jake Paul himself thinks it too.
Get over it. Like, and meanwhile,
Come on, I'm your brother building a
oh
business.
yeah, you're my brother building a business. You love to play both sides, bro.
What other
You
side
play
am I playing?
both
What other
sides.
side am I playing?
You play both sides.
What's
and it's
the
like,
other side that I'm playing?
I'll partner with all of your enemies.
The best example of this is when Logan tried to say that Jake steals boxing fights from him and that people only fight Jake because they're scared of Logan.
Tommy Fury's on my fucking radar. I have him in my scopes. I wanted it when Jake was fighting him.
No, I'm gonna finish him off first. I gotta handle that business first.
We'll see, bro, because you definitely sniped the Nate Diaz fight from me, and I've been so lenient in giving you your opponents.
But it's not your option to give me my opponents. You haven't fought anyone. You don't fight. You don't fight real fights. It's just not your option to give me my opponents. You're not even a fighter. Like, you do exhibitions and lost like 4 years ago. So it's not your option to like give me my fights. That me and Nate Diaz have been talking about that for years, and then you popped up and were like, no, now it's my turn, I want that fight, and then start talking shit and then try to like get the fight in Saudi Arabia, like on the microphone, and like trying to like jump in on all of these things.
I think I'm better than you, and I think Nate chose you for a reason, and I think everyone knows that.
But what have you done to prove that you're better than me?
I don't know. Went toe-to-toe 8 rounds with the greatest boxer of all time. What do you think happens if you fight Floyd Mayweather?
I would knock him out,
bro.
100%.
Don't be ridiculous.
How deluded is this prick? You didn't go toe-to-toe with the greatest boxer to ever live. Floyd let you in the ring and decided for it to go the distance because he wanted to put on a show. He also weighed a shit ton less than you. And this narrative that Jake only gets fights because they're scared of Logan. This guy is such a narcissist. Logan just can't handle his brother being successful. Jake echoes this sentiment on his podcast.
Clearly he has envy and jealousy towards me, and that's what I told him off camera. And he's like, no. But it like, everyone sees it. It's like clear as day. And it's like, why? We're on the same team. I'm not in competition with him. I want him to be a billionaire. I want him to accomplish all of his goals. It's him undermining me and being condescending towards me and trying to little bro me and discrediting everything that I do. We did this together. We started our YouTube channel together, and basically like off camera he was basically like, no, like I never respected you when we were kids, and
yeah, that's fucking terrible.
And like I thought you were a failure.
And as much as I hate Jake, he's a scamming little prick just like his brother. In this one regard, he has a huge point about Logan. It's clear to see. Logan really is the human punching bag of the internet right now, and he fucking deserves this shit. He's beefing Gideon, Dylan, Jake, and basically the whole world. But the one person he'll never dream of beefing again is KSI. The leader of the We Hate Jake Paul fan club. He will never beef him again because he makes him so much money. Logan cares more about money than he does his family. And it's very clear to see. Like the video if Logan's a prick. Subscribe if you want more content like this. That is it for this video. Until next time, fuck off. Logan cares more about money than he does his family. And it's very clear to see. Like the video if Logan's a prick. Subscribe if you want more content like this. That is it for this video. Until next time, fuck off.
Dylan Dennis is here going up against KSI on January 14th in London. There he is, the bad guy.
Of course.
How are you, my friend?
I think we should shake it until the end. What do you think?
Look, come on.
Come on.
Don't be...
Until the end.
You're not going to shake my hand.
Unless you apologize.
Shake my hand? Come on,
After.
You're not going to shake my hand?
After.
Wow, what a bitch move. You're seriously going to sit here and not shake my hand?
I want to hear what you have to say.
What I have to say? What are you talking about?
You started all this.
I started all of this on January 1st, responding to a tweet of yours, calling me a bitch.
What did I tweet first?
Looks like nothing's changed.
Stop it.
Come on.
You don't have the security here now, so.
What security?
Where was it at when you ran behind the security?
You're gonna you can't do the lies when you're in person.
No, come on. You
can't
did
do the lies. You walked up to me with 3 people.
No,
Taylor
you were
Serrano,
hiding, and then I
Taylor
came.
Serrano, and you're like, "What's up?" And I was like, "Yeah, what's up?"
No,
I was
you
by
didn't.
myself.
No. You went behind.
I was literally by
Stop
myself,
it.
and you had 3 guys
You
who
went
were
behind the
sizing me
thing.
up. How much did you pay those guys to be with you?
About like what, 50K, 50K each.
Did you get fake teeth too?
No, real.
Everyone's getting the fake teeth now.
No, you have nice teeth though.
Thank you.
I'll give you a compliment.
Mine aren't fake. Yours are super, super white.
Yeah, always. I haven't had coffee though.
You got the NWO shirt on. You got the sunglasses. Can I say? Didn't think that you would show up.
What?
Well, first of all, you didn't show up to the press conference.
Yeah, that's different though.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
And
but why did I call you a bitch that first time? I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
Of course you don't remember.
No.
I tweeted that there was a picture of Jake and Drake, and I said that was a big dub.
Yeah.
And you said, Ariel, stop being a bitch.
Yeah, because now you're kind of like.
Vice is coming down.
What do you mean with them? Calling their fights?
No, yeah, well, they hired you now. You're just like part of their employees.
No, I work for Showtime.
Nose 5.
And I do other stuff for Showtime too.
Come on.
What do you mean? What do you want to see my?
I'm just saying your bread is
Before
butter to
takeoff
Jake
check,
now.
please.
So now you
My bread is
hype
butter?
him up.
I called 3 fights.
You hype him up now.
You think my bread is butter calling 3 fights?
Oh, Jake, yeah.
No, that was because of Drake. Who you love too, and you took a picture with his
I like
wife.
Drake. I know that, yeah, Drake is
fellow Jew, fellow Canadian.
Yeah, great man.
But every time I would tweet something about Jake Paul, you chime in. It's you and AJ Agazarm. Every single
AJ
time.
Agazarm.
Like
What the hell was that?
clockwork.
AJ Agazarm.
And then it was the greatest 10-7 in the history of 10-7.
Terrible.
I mean, it was
terrible.
There's nothing there.
I have never received so much love.
Obviously, because anybody talks shit about me. It's the same thing.
Up until the Patty Pimblett thing recently, which you gave me props for, I appreciate that. I mean, that was a series of like 10-7, 10-6.
I got you back good. Don't worry. It's harder because you had the MMA on your side.
What are you talking about? You have a whole. You're a fighter.
Yeah, I know, but it's different because it's easy to hate me, because everybody wants to be me, all the fighters and all that. So it's easy. Whenever you talk shit about me, they're just gonna jump on the bandwagon.
No, it was people. It was baseball players hitting me up. Everyone was like, "Fuck, that was
even good."
Incredible. And then
it's hard because you're sensitive though. You're sensitive.
List the help of Douglas Crosby.
I don't know who that is.
You 100%.
I don't know who that is.
You were writing the same material.
I don't know who that is.
It's crazy.
Dude, you're the worst for talking shit though. You get
Douglas
sensitive
Crosby,
though.
the MMA judge.
You get something.
Wrote your material, and then you started doing.
I don't know
the
who that
same
is.
Hits. You were doing the same hits as Brendan Schaub.
I don't know who that is.
Fire, Dana White crying.
That's true.
What happened to us?
No, you're sensitive.
I was actually the only guy who had your back.
That is true, but
how am I sensitive?
Because
If
whenever
I'm the
someone
only
talks
one that
bad
had
about
your
you
back.
or it gives you anything, then you get like all like emotional and start posting
What
texts
emotional?
and stuff.
Yeah, if you come at me, I come back at you.
Yeah, but you're different though, because I made like a stupid joke and then you started coming all crazy when we were friends. My joke was very dumb. Come on.
No, but it was after a series of bullshit tweets.
No, the thing about
Every
you that
time.
you get mad
By
because
the way,
they're true.
You called me a bitch. Have I ever?
Oh my
called
god,
you a
I
bitch?
called you a bitch.
Have I ever called you a bitch?
Me, probably. I don't know.
What do you mean? Did I ever refer to you?
No, the one that you got mad about is because I said that you hang out with your wife's boyfriend or something like that.
I don't even remember.
Remember that was the one you got mad about. You're like, don't bring my wife, and I wasn't even bringing anything into it.
I mean, that is a pretty shitty thing to say to
What?
someone. Like, I give a fuck what you have to say
I'm
about.
saying, but it wasn't even like that. It was like a
Okay,
funny
so
meme, and you got upset about it.
No. Okay, if we're gonna break the fourth wall here, you claim that I got mad about that.
You texted me saying, "Oh, you brought my wife into it," and I said, "What was the fucking meme I put?" I said, "Ariel's the kind of guy to hang out with his wife's boyfriend." It's true though.
But what really, you remember what really happened is you then went and told John Kavanaugh that I was saying some stuff, and then John lost trust in me because you broke my fucking trust.
That's not true.
Yeah, what do you mean not true? Go ask Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh stopped talking to me because of you.
It wasn't because of me. I don't even know what that is.
And by the way, you call me a friend. What kind of friend talks about someone like that?
Dude, you said way worse than that. That was like.
What did I say? Tell me what I said.
I don't remember. There was some.
No, you can't. You can't say I said way worse than not.
That was a meme, and then you got mad because I called you dick nose. Like, come on. That's like
now you're trying to like get little shots in.
No, you did.
Now you're trying to get
remember
little shots in.
the picture I posted, and then you came back at me.
No,
I'm
I
not gonna
didn't.
do a tit for tat, but you know.
Oh, when I said that, you know, that you would get knocked out in like that video.
Something like that, yeah. And then I came back with something, and then you get emotional.
Constant W's.
You get
and I get
emotional.
tired of the W.
I feel bad because you called me crying one time. I still have the fucking.
Oh,
stop
fuck up.
it.
Don't do the lies. Don't do the lies.
You do.
Don't do the
then
lies.
I feel bad because I'm.
Here's the one
bullying.
thing. As you know, I don't like people who lie.
That's fine.
Now
I'll
this
lie.
is the second lie so
You
far.
can't-
The second lie in 5 minutes.
You have a lie detector?
Yes,
I'll
it is
go
a
on a lie
fucking
detector
lie.
with you.
For what?
I don't lie.
That I called you crying? Are you
did.
shitting me?
I have the
Don't
fucking
be a
voice.
fucking bitch.
I have the voice.
You're gonna
Be careful with the word.
pull it out.
I actually have a new phone.
Pull the
Show
fuck
you.
off.
I do. Look, it's a great new one.
What does that mean?
Because I don't have all my old texts. I don't keep
Oh,
it.
fuck off.
I
See,
swear I
you're a
don't keep
liar.
it. I'm not
Lie
lying.
number one.
Okay,
Check.
go.
What do you don't put things in the cloud?
Yours? I don't like your messages.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure you
delete
don't.
that. And you got a new number.
By
the way, what Darren Till did to you was way worse than any shit I ever said about you. Putting your number
Sure,
out there,
but
that's fucked up.
Yeah, that is fucked up.
I'd be fucking pissed. And then you still threaten him and do all this shit.
What shit? He's never been on the show.
I don't know what I saw you guys talking about.
No, we haven't. Another lie. By the way, another.
I don't know what the fuck you guys do.
We're 3. Joe, can you keep a running tally of all the lies?
I'm calling your lies.
Okay, then there's the other one. When after I had to block your number because you were incessantly hounding me, you started texting me from different numbers.
You were sending me a voice message, memos crying, like, dude, you fucking talked about this and that.
Joe, this guy kept sending me text.
God.
You kept. What kind of a person sends text from different numbers?
That's not me. Those are my people that find your number. And, you know,
yeah, your people.
It's
Who
true.
are your people?
I don't know. I'm not gonna say names.
Who are these people that are saying, Dylan, give me Ariel's number so I can text
they find it.
Yeah, you messed with the wrong guy, kid.
That wasn't me.
You messed with the wrong guy.
Not me.
It's literally how you speak.
You don't know how I
posted. Yes, the Hasbulla DMs that you posted. It's literally the same thing. I drink. You know, I drink bottles the size of you, kid. You speak that way.
That was a good one.
This is the way you speak.
Have you ever had alcohol?
In my life? Yes.
I thought you said you were
coming up.
Nah, I don't really like it. But
Nose coming up.
here's the thing. What the fuck happened to you?
knots.
How did you go from this
Visor's
like
coming up.
incredible, you know, talent in the world of BJJ to this guy who hasn't fought since 2019?
Well, I had a bad knee injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. You wouldn't know that because you've never done anything athletic. But.
Sure. Nah, that's wrong. Captain of the Maccabi basketball team 2 years in a row. No big deal.
Oh, let's play basketball. Right?
Yeah. I kick your ass in basketball.
Yeah, let's do it.
How long ago was that? We're approaching 4 years.
So you never asked me what happened. So I had the knee surgery.
Yeah.
At HSS, which is supposed to be like the best.
Yeah, that's the one.
My graft failed. Completely failed. So I had to get another surgery, which is another year. So basically 2 surgeries within a year. They said like being in 2 car accidents. So my knee was like completely fucked. So I had a surgery that failed. They had to use a different graft and do a whole thing.
500 feet.
Within the same year. So like my knee was fucked. It's not like I don't want to fight. It's the stupidest thing ever. Like why wouldn't I want to fight?
Right. But you talk about fighting a lot.
Yeah, of course. I want to fight. Once I'm ready to fight, now I'm ready to go.
No, but throughout that process,
I'm still the same person. Like I'm still gonna like choke everybody out. It's easy. You know?
And sure, but here's the thing that I think would bother
people. I can't say it's been 2 years. I'm still the same person.
You talk while you're injured.
Yeah, why not? I'm still the most relevant 2-0. And I'm about to make the biggest bag than anybody in MMA.
How much you get paid?
I'm not going to say, but it's way more than anybody.
Tell us the truth, then it's another lie.
No, but once it comes out, then you can see
After takeoff check complete.
It will come out.
Where's this fight happening?
I'm making more
London?
than any UFC champion right now. Izzy's not a champion anymore.
Connor's not. The fuel is running out.
I'm telling you, I'd make more than any of them.
How are you and Connor these days?
Good.
Yeah? When's the last time you talked to him? Don't lie.
I don't think about that.
Don't lie. What do you mean you don't think about that?
I don't know.
So you're not, because I saw he did an IG live. It was like before the Poirier fight last summer, and he's like, "Come on, Dylan, let's go." I think you were trying to talk to him in the comments, which is weird for a friend to try to talk to another friend in the comments of IG live.
We weren't talking in the comments. I just
and he's like, "Come on!" I remember he was in the car, and I was like, "Shit, Connor's trying to like get Dylan back," which I thought was a cool thing that he did.
I actually had another surgery after that time that we talked.
So how many surgeries?
2 surgeries.
Total?
Yeah. They said it's like literally being in a like total car accident twice. Because my knee was just like.
So why aren't you guys friends?
Girlfriend. Why want to be friends?
When's the last time you spoke to him? You don't even remember.
I don't. Yeah, because we just talk. I don't know.
You would think.
Why you can question me about this? It's so weird.
Well, because he was the guy who
last time
brought you.
To Dana or something. I don't know.
Yeah, February of 2016 was
you
the last.
Dana over though. I don't know. You get all mad about him. You did fuck him over.
Yeah. Okay. How did I fuck him over? Don't try to change the subject.
I'm just saying.
Connor is the reason why anyone in MMA knows who you are. I didn't know who you were.
That's not true.
I legit didn't know who you were before he brought you in.
I don't know where you.
What?
I don't know who would have made you popular.
It was first it was Ito Portal, then it was you, and then it was like, all right, here we go.
I'm just saying that because you just want to talk shit.
No, listen. Do you think I knew? Do you think I knew
about you fucking over Dana?
No. I was talking about Connor first. Don't try to.
Yeah, but you asked me weird questions.
I just wanted to know when's the last time you talked to him. Is that a weird question?
That's weird. When's the last time you talked to your freaking friend?
Ask me, and I'll tell you.
I don't know. You don't have any friends, so it's different.
What, DC? I spoke to him this morning.
DC hates you. He's on a different side. He's on ESPN.
Okay.
Come on.
We're doing this low-hanging fruit stuff.
You're just
I just want to know why you don't talk to him anymore, because he was like your main guy. He was like your main
He's going through
backer.
stuff right now. I don't know. I don't talk. I mean, we talk all the time. Hey, what's up? I don't know. Call each other.
Are you going to train with him for this fight?
I don't think so. No. I think there's a...
Boxer.
Yeah, I know. I mean, if it becomes an opportunity, I'm just here. He's there. He's traveling a lot.
You go early?
Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, I trained with him my whole life, so it's not like I haven't trained with him
your whole life.
I met him when I was 22. I'm 29 now, so that's a lot of years of training.
You're not 5 years old. You met him 5 years ago.
I mean, you know what I mean, but I obviously learned things from him throughout the years, you know.
When's the last time you trained with him?
It had to be before my knee injury. Yeah.
So really, of those 5 years, you trained with him like 2 years.
No, that wouldn't make sense because when he fought Poirier was when I hurt my knee. No, it wasn't Poirier, it was Cerrone.
2020.
Yeah. That's why I blew my knee out. It was right before the COVID.
So are you okay? Yeah, I didn't change the subject. You can't say that I changed the subject when I was bringing.
I was saying that's fucked up what you did to Dana. I think.
What did I do to Dana? Here we go. Let's hear it.
He took you under his wing. He made you popular. He did all this stuff.
Made me popular. How do you make me popular?
That's how I knew who you were because you used to do all the interviews with Dana and all that stuff.
That's the only thing.
That's not true.
That's the only thing I did. Is the only thing I did.
He did like all he brought you into everything. He did everything for you.
Okay.
And then the Brock Lesnar thing was fucked up. But for the company, why'd you have to go spoil it? As a wrestling fan.
You're doing this?
As a wrestling fan.
You're really going to do this now?
I'm just asking. Well, you're asking me weird questions. I can ask you weird questions.
But you're bringing up lies.
That's not the lie.
Not true. I'm not going over this again. I've done it a million times. You've never answered.
Dana just brought it up, so it's actually still relevant.
No, he didn't bring it up.
Yeah, he did. I only watched the...
with Patty?
Yeah, the Patty thing.
Yeah, he didn't bring it up in that clip. I've watched the clip. Next, what else you got? What else is your,
you didn't answer my question.
Repertoire?
You didn't answer my,
what is the question? You didn't ask a question.
So why did you fuck him over when he had your back?
Because I didn't fuck him over.
Okay, that's all I asked. You're answering. I'm giving you that. I'm asking for the answer.
Jabroni YouTuber guy reported on this fight when it came out was the same thing that I did. What else you got?
That's different though, because you announced it before.
That wasn't announced. I didn't announce it. I reported it. Keep going. Keep going. What's the difference? What do you mean? There's a huge difference between announcing. Announcing is what a promotion does.
Where they were going to have this big pop.
What big pop? It was a fucking 60-second commercial that took them probably 30 minutes to make.
You know that it's a big pop when someone comes on the screen and no one knew he was coming back.
Who gives a shit? I've reported a million things. I reported when Conor came back to fight Nate for the second time. What's the difference in that? Why doesn't anyone bring that up? It wasn't a hidden thing? No one knew about it.
I'm just asking. I mean, that's why he said he got mad at you.
Okay. Well, no, you're saying that I screwed him over. Now you're trying to backtrack.
No, I'm saying. But I was asking a question.
Why are you fighting KSI?
Make a fucking bag to fight a YouTube.
What's a bag? Tell us.
It's a lot. I told you. It's more.
Seven figures?
Yeah.
No.
Say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see. Plus sponsorships, everything at the end of the
day. Why are people saying you're not going to show up?
Why wouldn't I show up? It's the stupidest thing ever.
Well, you didn't show up to the press conference.
Yeah, because they want me to be to like fucking watch their drum. Fuck that.
It's a press conference. Who cares?
No, I'm gonna go to London for one day when I'm fucking sick.
Well, at least come.
Stupid.
Are you sick right now?
No, I mean I'm a little.
Jesus, you have COVID?
You're a germaphobe, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're a germaphobe.
What is it?
You're a germaphobe. Scared of germs.
What do you got? Gonorrhea? Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So why did you go at least like? You got to sell the fight.
Yeah, of course. Everybody sold it. Who sold this fight the most? Don't fucking lie. The most you heard about this fight is all the shit I done. I was trading number 3 and fucking on Twitter in the whole world after that whole coffee thing.
Oh, that thing. Jeez. When Anthony Taylor knocked you out.
Stop it. You talk a lot. You talk a big game. You never train.
What? By the way, I never. Whom I never train. Of course.
You ever train?
Yeah, of course.
In what?
I train right now.
In what?
Twice a week. Boxing.
What?
Boxing.
Boxing? Stop it. Get your arms like noodles.
Yeah. So they used to look like freaking angel hair pastas. So I've come a long way.
Yeah. I mean, you covered the sport for so long. If you train.
What happened with Anthony Taylor?
Dude, that's he's a fucking loser. I didn't even know who it was, to be honest with you. I thought it was a homeless guy. They're chirping, like yelling.
So you're in the where are you? What do we have?
We go to a court. This guy's screaming like, "You won't hurt my friend KSI." I was like, "What the fuck is this?" I was like,
"Where were you guys?"
We were in the parking lot, but it was a different.
I think a lot of people didn't see it. Do we have it?
Look at watching.
No, just for the audience.
But they're pretty sure they've seen it all over the place.
I don't think so.
But it was in the video. It doesn't show. There were so many groups of people that were trying to play me. Like, and even Chael said this. Anybody wants.
Okay, here we go. So which one is? Oh, that's Anthony, the short guy.
Let me get my knockout in there too.
Okay.
Put my knockout in there.
What would have happened if that car wasn't there?
Stop it! I didn't feel it. Have you ever been punched in the face?
Oh yeah.
From who?
Lots of people.
Stop it.
Man, did it hurt?
I didn't feel it.
So why did
he have a mark?
But wait, I didn't know you guys had beef.
I didn't know what that is.
But why did he punch you?
Because he's a loser and he wanted to make a fucking name for himself.
Did it work?
No, but he probably did. Yeah, and it's probably the most fucking. I don't know who that is. I swear. And it was fucked up because I was with 2 people that can't fight, right? So we come outside. They have Hassim's camp trying to fight me.
This was for the Hassim.
Yeah, so it's like Hassim's camp, and then there was like a bunch of boxing guys that want to do it, and then a bunch of YouTubers all just trying because they know that I'm the fucking, the king, and they're gonna get clicks after. You know it's true. When you talk shit about me, you get your most engagement. So
no, that's not true.
That's true.
That's not true.
Don't lie.
It's not. Go look at the engagement.
Okay, I will.
Just go.
I'll bring it up.
Okay, please. All right, another lie.
Look at Big John McCarthy. He fucking.
What do you say?
He gets like 3 likes a post, and then he talks about me. He has 10K on it. So.
10K, Jesus. Not something to write home about.
On Twitter, it's good numbers for a guy that gets 5 likes.
All right, fine, whatever. What happened here? Why did he punch you?
So the situation was actually weird. The reason I was trying to like pay attention to everybody. I'm with 2 guys that don't know how to fight. Who are
the guy?
My brother and then one of my friends. And my other friend is just like at least my brother could, But my other friend doesn't. He's like a normal dude that just like, you know, works like a regular job. And we go outside, and there was like fucking 30 people, 40 people trying to start a fight with me. So all of a sudden the punches started throwing. And then I had to watch out for my brother to make sure because there's a bunch of guys that are like fighters are trying to jump him. Then my friend is getting jumped. So I'm like looking around trying to like make sure everybody's okay. Because obviously I'm the one that knows how to fight. And so you see in the video, after he hits me, it was so like crazy. I didn't know who hit me because there were so many people. So then I saw my brother was on the ground. I came over. I smacked one guy. I don't know who it was, some boxer. And then ended
punched
up
him?
Yeah, punched him. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't see
there
that.
we go.
Okay, where's it?
On my Twitter.
Okay.
Tell me to go on my Twitter. It's a good shot too.
You have this shot, Connor?
Now it's
Maybe you have it.
It's on my Twitter.
the waypoint. There we go.
And then it was just, I knew that was gonna happen, dude. All these guys just want to make a name.
Now it's working.
I don't know who that is. Any details?
Did you feel embarrassed though?
No. I took that smack like a fucking champ, dude. That was a hard hit.
If the car wasn't there, and no shame in that, by the way.
Talk a lot of shit.
I'm not saying if
you think you could take a hit that hard.
If what?
So you think you could take a hit that hard?
From Anthony Taylor?
Yeah.
Probably not. But I'm not a pro fighter.
Yeah, no, but you talk like one.
What do you mean I talk like one? I'm a guy who talks about fighting.
It's not true.
What does that mean?
You talk shit to fighters all the time.
To who?
I don't even know. But
Name one.
You do. I know you do talk.
Again, another thing that you don't have actual receipts for.
Yeah.
So you got knocked out, and then
probably get knocked out.
Did you not?
Stop it.
If there wasn't a car,
I don't know if you saw the thing.
Okay, what happened with the coffee?
Someone told me he was thirsty. I would just fucking, get.
No, but that one was weird because.
How was that weird?
Well, I mean,
smacked him with it. It was in my hand, and he was right there talking shit, and I just whacked him.
Right.
Now it's following the
and that was
waypoint.
KSI.
All over your past company. ESPN covered it like crazy.
They loved it.
Yeah, they loved it. All over Sports Center.
I don't know about that.
You're probably crying watching.
Yeah,
They get the cover.
I was crying. I don't think I mentioned it once on the show afterwards.
Yeah.
No one batted an eye. You know what shit I
It was
got?
all
for
over
you?
Sports Center.
Yeah, what does that mean, Sports Center? The IG of Sports Center or
No,
the actual
it was on the
television
real,
show?
yeah.
You're telling me that the television show Sports Center was talking about
It was on the top
you?
10 because they said it was like a pitch.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Well, was that a good moment or a bad moment for you?
Great moment. What do you mean?
Did you hit him with the coffee?
Of course, he was soaked. He had his little outfit on. It was so funny. He had like this like Brokeback Mountain fucking outfit. I don't know what the hell he was wearing.
Was the fight made already before that, or
It was, yeah. I mean, I wasn't there. Just like I walked up in Texas. Like
Alright.
that was a fight. Yeah, that was.
it was already a done deal?
So I was supposed to fight Logan. I don't know if you know this.
No.
Logan was completely signed. We were done.
Signed.
100% signed. And we were going to announce it at that same date. So that same date, we were going to go announce me and Logan. And then he did that match with Roman Reigns.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he blew his knee out. And then they were like, oh, you want to wait for Logan? So I could have waited for Logan. But then he was like, I don't know about my knee. It could be 6 months.
Altitude
Like, dude, I've been
alert,
out on
1,000 to
the
go.
fight. So I just took KSI.
So that night they were going to announce Logan if
If he didn't hurt his knee.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I wanted Logan more. I mean, because me had more beef, like the Pauls
Sure.
and all, you know. But KSI is good too. I don't give a shit, to be honest. I'm a jiu-jitsu guy about the boxer.
And where would the Logan fight have happened? Not London.
It would have been in. It was supposed to be Atlanta. I don't know. Houston,
See,
but
now
Houston,
it's
Rochester.
flying.
Okay, Toyota Center.
Toyota Center. Yeah.
Were you bummed?
Yeah, because I'd rather be here. I don't want to go
Flight
to London.
plan.
Right.
But it is what it is. I run London too. So.
What does that mean?
You know what?
I don't know what that means.
Come with me to London and see who gets more popular, me or KSI.
KSI's a big freaking deal.
I know, yeah, but I'm more popular in London. I have more respect on the street.
Yeah? Oh yeah, what do we got, Frank?
See?
Frank, look, listen, we're trying to show
Frank's
all
on my
sides.
side.
What is this? Jesus
All right, we
Christ.
gotta get a little bit.
What is going on here, Frank?
There you go. All right, so look, look.
I don't know what's going on.
Watch his KO. Boom.
Oh, wait. Wait, play it again. Play it again. I want to see it. Look, I'm trying to show all sides of the coin here. I don't know why it's so small. It seems a little suspect.
Because it was like a guy recording like it. You know, they did those lives.
Yeah.
It's a good shot, right?
Yeah, but who was that guy?
He was one of the guys that was punching my brother in the back of the head. So all I saw was like, okay, I see this guy throwing punches and cracked him. He was a boxer too. He's like,
Did you get revenge on Anthony Taylor?
No, I didn't. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about it.
Why?
He'll get it handled.
Are you gonna sue him?
No, I don't sue.
What does that
I
mean?
never sued.
Right.
I never sued.
Did you try to sue the guy in?
Was this gonna be joke?
No.
You're fucking smart. Smirking.
The guy in Jersey Shore. Did you not sue that guy?
Oh yeah, but that's just like so much. Yeah, I could. It's going on still. Actually, that's still not been settled.
Still,
yeah.
That's been 2 years.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What is the holdup?
Just because he's like another guy's trying to press charges. I'm sure like it's just like a whole thing going on, and the fucking place they delete all the footage of like everything that happened because that guy jumped me from behind when I was getting held by 8 people. And like I was on crutches. Like, who jumps? Some fat ass motherfucker jumps on my back. And the cops weren't doing anything. They're all like fans. They were like, they didn't even move. There was like cops there, and then like the guys on my back, and then like because I'm looking at 2 cops if you watch the video. So I thought it was a cop. So the guys are telling me not to move. So it's like A bunch of cops got fired because they leaked the picture.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 2 of them got fired.
So who's suing who here?
It's like a whole thing. I don't know if yeah, the bar can get sued too because they have like a terrible reputation. But it's fucked up because the bar's owner has some kind of like connection to the guy that is like the prosecutor and stuff. So it's like a weird. So they're trying to get into it because over there in those small towns, everybody kind of knows each other. So like, they don't want to prosecute the bar and like, all that stuff. If you go in their Yelp reviews, it's just like this place sucks. They jump everybody. They're like a piece of shit.
When you go out, do you need security now?
Yeah, no, I do.
Legit. Like, do you have security here?
No, I did with you.
No, but just when you go out.
Oh yeah, well I was worried because outside I thought maybe some crazy cams or some shit like that.
So you were worried of the people?
No, I'm not worried about like fighters and stuff like that.
No, like of the people.
It just sucks when I want to go out and have a good time. I have to worry about fucking some idiots like throwing shit and like talking.
Does that happen?
100%. Yeah. I told them about this when I went to this fucking press conference, whatever that shit was. Yeah. I said, listen, every fighter here is. When I walked in, the guys are like fucking like in awe, and I'm like, dude, this is gonna happen. And they're like, no, we got security, I was like, all right, whatever, because I don't want to give these fucking no-names like the opportunity to even like, you know what I mean? So it is.
Does it not get tiresome though?
Yeah, it does.
So why don't you just stop?
I don't do that much. Just people are very sensitive. You're sensitive too, though. You know that.
Again, you're gonna go back to me. This is not about me right now. This is about you. You're the guest on my show.
Therapy session?
Well, you know, I actually can I be honest with you for a second? I actually think deep down you're a good guy, and I think you have a good heart.
You think?
I feel like you've lost your way. You ever see the movie Billy
Madison? Though. That would be like
you're like the puppy who lost its way.
Okay, I mean, I'll explain this to you. I don't know. People always ask my friends, like, "Oh, is he a dick in person?" They're like, "No," or like something like that. It's because when I hang out with people that I like and stuff, it's not me just talking shit to them.
Sure.
I have friends. I have like, I'm not going to the fucking having dinner and be like, "Yo, fuck you, bitch," you know. So like when I'm talking about fighters, they're trying to kill me and have talk shit to me and say they're gonna knock me out from my family. KSEA's talking about my mom. So like then it's a different story. Then
I guess you give your mom props.
I guess so, yeah, but still, like he was trying to like, why even go past that?
Sure, I agree.
And then his mom is nasty, so like I told her, I got him back with that good. I did. So stop.
Listen,
it was a good comeback.
It was a good comeback.
Yeah,
I agree with you. You should never talk. You should never talk about mom.
I don't overstep that boundary.
I made a joke about my wife.
That wasn't a joke. That was a joke about you.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
You're saying that my wife cheats on me.
No, it wasn't. It says that you're the kind of guy to hang out with your wife's boyfriend.
Yeah, no, but that.
And everybody liked it. It was like everybody's like, yeah, it's true. He probably does look like the kind of guy to hang out with.
Keep going. How's your girlfriend?
I'm single.
All right.
Single, bachelor.
Okay, so and
come out with me one day.
I would love to.
Would you drink?
No.
Why?
Actually, speaking of that, we just had Paulo Costa on. Yeah.
I always drink him though. Did you ask him?
Yeah, actually, thank you for saying that because I said, Paulo, we have Padillin coming on. He's like, oh, I can't wait to see that. Yeah. He's a good guy. I said, Paulo, you might be the only person in MMA who likes Dylan Dennis.
Oh, relax.
But then he said, this is, and I quote, you need to fix your drinking problem. He says you drink too much.
That's not, he challenged me. He said he could drink. His whole thing was like wine, this and that.
Yes.
And I was like, great, let's do a wine.
He said you drank 2 bottles.
So I could put down a lot. But so we get there, and I was like, all right, let's take a shot to start up. And he was like, oh, I don't really drink like that. I was like, dude, your whole thing is like drinking. And he started drinking, and then he was like, I can't keep up. He was like, it's too much. Yeah, he was.
So you beat him.
Oh yeah.
But are you drinking too much?
No, I haven't drinking.
I actually wouldn't blame you if you were drinking. I mean, it's been a tough 3 years for you.
Oh yeah, I mean, I drink, but when I'm in camp and I have a fight coming up, I don't drink at all.
At all? When's the last time?
Maybe 12 weeks, so it would be maybe not. So yeah, I don't know, 12 weeks from the fight. Maybe sometimes more.
What happened at MSG, outside MSG with Nathan?
That's a whole different story that they get on camera. So we went out to go get a couple beers on the top. And it was me, a couple friends, Craig Jones actually, and I see them like, I see like that guy that he hangs out with. I don't know his name, the smaller guy. He's like Spanish.
Avila?
I think so. Yeah. And I knew. I'm like, dude, this dude is like, he's just like Anthony Taylor. They're looking for fucking the most attention they can get. And he's with Nate. And then they're coming, and then like I'm like, all right, this is gonna be whatever. So whatever. So they come, and like Nate is just like looking at me. I'm like, what's up? And then his boy's like, yo, fuck you, man. Like he's
this
like,
is inside the
inside the arena. And his boys is like, I don't know what the fuck he was saying. Because they're all kind of like, you know, they don't really make sense. So they're all kind of just like punch drunk. So I have no idea what he's saying. He's like, man. And I was like, what? And he like just throws his beer on me. Like it was actually like a tequila soda, which wasn't that bad. So I took my beer and I hit him in the face with it. And then everybody started kind of like brawling, and the cops got involved. And like it was funny because one of my friends slipped on the beer. His friend slipped. It was like going back and forth. And Nate was like trying to separate it. Like I was going after Nate, and then his boys like trying to, and then Nate like separated it. The whole thing happened, and then he walked away, and I was like, yeah, fuck you, walk away or something. Like I don't know, we kind of got into it, and he starts coming back, and then the cops like took him out. So then we're outside, and we're just talking.
By the way, I don't think people knew about that.
No one knew about it. There's a picture of me and the cops because they were restraining me.
Yeah.
And
so did they
no,
take you in?
The guy was like, "Yo, I used to train Marcelo." He's like, "I got you. Don't worry about it." He's like, "I saw he started it and shit like that." Because he threw his drink first.
So then you had to sit and watch the rest of the card.
What? Yeah. But it was tequila soda, so it was kind of like not that bad. It's just like seltzer water. You know what I mean?
I know, but it's uncomfortable.
It's very uncomfortable. I was pissed off about that. But I got him back with a beer, which a beer is worse because it has a stain.
All right.
So then we go outside.
Now the night is over.
Yeah, the night is over. We go outside.
You see him again randomly?
So no, this is the point that I'm talking to Audi. So I'm like, my back is turned towards the subway station, and I'm talking to Audi. And then I get hit with like an empty Snapple bottle or something. So now I'm like, in my head, I was like, oh, it's just some heckling because there's a bunch of fans out there from the UFC. I was like, some guy heckling me or some homeless guy. And I turn around and it's like Nate. And he's just like screaming and doing shit. And then Audi's like flipping out because his kids are there. He has like a bunch of young kids. Yeah. And Audi's like, dude, my kids are here, Dylan, please don't do this. Like they're crying and like I'm like standing there. And we're going back and forth kind of, and I'm like, yo, his kids are right here. If you want to, let's go, like, I don't know what street I said. He said, let's go to the next street. Like, let's not do it in front of the kids. The kids are freaking out. And then Audi's in the middle, and then the kids are there. And we keep going back and forth, we're talking shit. And then he comes up, he's like, hey, man, I always have respect for you, Audi. And I don't know what he was saying. So I'm behind Audi. And then he goes to me, yo, fuck you, don't come that close, man. I said, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? And then he kind of slapped my friend. Yeah. And then I came to him, and I was like, yo, let's go over here to whatever, the street. He's like, okay, I'll meet you over there. And then just kind of, that was it.
That was it.
Yeah, but apparently he wants to have a boxing match with me.
Really?
Yeah, so after the KSEA, 100%. MMA or boxing.
How do you feel about your boxing, skills? Because obviously you grew up as a jiu-jitsu guy.
I'm more of like a Toro Gotti.
Yeah. I saw your clip of hitting the pads.
You like that?
I mean...
Well, you never boxed.
I feel pretty confident that I could hit pads better than you.
Should we do it?
Legit.
We should do a sparring session.
No.
Why don't we just spar?
Whatever you were doing on the pads, I feel like you were trolling.
If you could make...
Was that a troll job?
If you can make a minute sparring with me, I'll give you $1 million.
That's not the point.
Yeah, no, this is the point. You're saying you could be a better boxer than me.
No. I said when I saw that video, I was like, you're trying to like lure KSI in.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on. We have that, Connor. It was great. I was like, this is one of your better stuff because it was so slow.
Oh yeah.
And you were doing the thing. It was like Stephen A.S. You were doing that thing to the side.
No, what they don't realize too is that KSI like runs that like Misfits thing.
Yeah.
So they're coming, they want me to spar. I'm like, no, fuck you guys. Like, they would just give it straight to them.
What do you mean they want you to spar?
Like, they want to record like a bunch of sparring and do like a bunch of shit. And like, I'm not stupid. Like, they have no footage on me now. Why wouldn't they just like watch it?
That's why I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, of course.
I'm giving you props. So you gave them like the worst stuff possible to think that you're gonna.
That was my hitting the mitts. I don't know what you're talking about. That's how I hit mitts, bro.
That's not how you hit mitts.
But you know it's fucked up. I'm gonna hurt KSI really bad. And no one realizes.
Who's the favorite?
He is. It's fine.
Does that piss you off?
No.
You're a legit pro fighter.
Yeah, but everybody's a jiu-jitsu guy.
Jiu-jitsu guy, yeah.
I mean, sort of.
Well, 2-0.
I've been hurt.
He has more.
I'm 2-0.
He has more boxing matches than you have MMA fights.
Stop it. I'm 2-0, and I'm about to make more money than any guy that in MMA right now.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
That's not 100%.
True. I can shake your hand on that when the purse comes up.
That's not true. Izzy for sure made more in his last fight.
Okay, Izzy, because he gets a pay-per-view and he has that.
Oh, for sure.
Actually, it might be close to Izzy, though. And then Connor's not fighting right now, so I'm telling you. Like, I saw what Paulo was going to make against Whitaker, and
he tweeted it, 70-70.
That's like what I was getting like in my first fight for Bellator. Like, that's nothing. That's embarrassing. I got more than that from my first fight with Bellator.
Usman probably made more.
Usman's a boring as fuck, though.
I know, but that's not the point. That's
who wants to see him fight? Like,
I'm sure Ngannou will make more in his next fight.
No, his last fight.
Well, no, his next one.
600,000. That's nothing.
Yeah, but his next one, I said.
If he fights John Jones.
Yeah. John Jones will make more.
You're talking about like guys are not active. I say guys are active.
Sure. Volkanovski.
Yeah.
But how much? Why don't you tell us?
How much do you make?
I'm not the one.
Okay, so
I'm not the one being questioned.
I know, but you're questioning about money, so.
I know because I'm not the one saying I'm the highest paid this, that, and the other.
Okay,
so it's a natural
when it comes out, then that's fine.
Do you think the London Commission will actually put this out?
I don't know how that works.
I don't know how it works either.
Then I hope so.
Are you still with Bellator?
Yeah, Scott Coker. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about how I had to do that because it's a Showtime and DAZN or.
Oh, the rivals.
Yeah, the rivals. So I had to, pay a hefty fee.
You had to pay?
I don't know if I'm supposed to be talking about how much. I can say how much. I don't know.
Tell me.
I need like my publicist. I don't want to get in trouble with Coker, but it's a lot of money. It's.
What does that mean?
What I'm paying Coker for me to let me fight is more than probably another.
You had to pay Coker to let you out?
Not to let me out. I'm still with them, but it's just like because it would be different if it was like with Showtime. You understand? Because with Showtime they have a deal with them.
Yeah.
And DAZN is. Like,
why does it seem like he's like I don't know? Some of his comments.
I understand though because he wants me to come back to MMA, his star. Like obviously there's no one in Bellator that's gonna bring that kind of noise.
You think they're still struggling since your last fight in 2019? They haven't.
Who
They
brings that
haven't
much hype?
recovered.
Who brings that much hype?
Legit.
Okay,
Can I ask you
listen,
right now?
I know,
What was the
okay.
name of the guy that you fought in 2019? Legit, off the top of your head.
2019?
Yeah, what was his name?
Max Humphries. See, I know.
Is he a legit person?
Of course. No, he was fake.
No, like, is that I would you could have said right now?
There's
Joe
actually he beat
Blazzolino.
someone that John Jones lost to.
Come on.
I'll find you the thing.
Since?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Or before that?
I think it was before. I don't know. First off,
Max Humphries is the guy who delivered my UPS package yesterday.
Did he?
Yes.
Then maybe he got a new job. What's it called? If you look at anybody's record for their second fight, they fight. Ben Askren had a guy that was 0-5. Like, these guys are terrible. My guy at least was a winning record.
Yeah, but the difference is you talk a big game.
And?
You say X, Y, and Z.
I'm still here. I'll still fight anybody.
Yeah.
I'll fight Patty right now. I'll fight any of those
Why
guys.
does it feel like Scott?
I'll fight this kid too. Who's the kid that just fought the 18-year-old, right?
Yeah. Scott is trying to distance himself from you. Why is that?
He's not trying to diss. I just think that he's mad because like the big comeback should have been an MMA, which I agree. But like, why not just beat up a YouTuber for fucking a ton of money?
Were you close to coming back?
I wanted to. So it was before. So I was getting ready for my comeback, and then Logan. They were like, "Okay, you want to do Logan?" Then guarantee Jake for a crazy amount of money. I said, "Fuck yeah, why not?" And then they wanted me to wait for him. I was like, "Dude, you fucking." He's a scumbag, to be honest with you, because he kind of didn't update Logan. He didn't update me on the fight and tell me like how he was doing the wrestling and stuff, and I wasted so much time because I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna fight Logan," like, you know. And he just kind of had me like, you know, waiting, and then I was like, I could have came back already, you know. So that was the only thing that pissed me off about him. He's, I don't know, those guys are all fake.
The wrestling is impressive.
He does do a good job. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. I'm a big wrestling fan.
I know. Look, you're wearing an NWO hat.
Who's your favorite wrestler?
Does it say Nose World Order? I think so. I know you're a closet fan.
I didn't get that joke.
I was actually
Who's your favorite wrestler?
I was actually really surprised when you DM me, asked me to come back on. I was like, this is big of you.
No, that.
What are you talking about?
You kind of. Yeah, but you said, "Are we BFFs again?" So that was kind of being.
The Zone reached out.
That's because they don't know.
Paradigm reached out.
No, but you started. You started the niceness, and I kind of said, "Okay."
No, you started the niceness. You said that I got Patty 10-7, so I said thanks. Does this mean we're friends?
Well, he helped me out because you paid me $100K to come to.
That's right.
So he got help.
I think the autopilot's working.
No, it was $100K, right?
So speaking of money, when you do this whole thing with the tweets,
yeah.
Oh, I'll pay you.
I do.
100,000.
No one ever wins them because I'm always whatever
happens. The ones where you lose. Must follow Dylan Dennis. Why do you do this?
I never done that because I like to give back. And why would I pay someone they don't follow me?
But why do you do this? What is here?
Because I like to give back money.
If I don't finish Patty Pimlet in under 2 minutes, I'll retire and delete all social media forever, plus give everyone who likes this 1K each.
True.
You're really going to go through it and start paying people $1,000?
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Oh, here's another one. If Mbappe wins the World Cup, I will cash app everyone who likes his tweet.
Yeah.
Did
he win the World Cup?
Must be following Dylan Dennis. But again,
why would I give the money to someone
you delete the ones.
That's not true.
Yes.
There's another lie
true.
from you.
If Sean O'Malley beats Pedro Munoz, I'll give one person who likes this tweet 1,000. Must be following.
It was a draw.
Right.
Yeah, I can see. I do. They're all up.
Yeah, but why do you do this is the question.
I like to give back to my fans. And
Have
why
you
not
ever
do it
done
in a fun way?
Have you ever done it?
Of course. I can show you my bank account.
How much have you given away?
From all those? Maybe like... Maybe, I don't know. I usually give 1,000, or 2,000.
What's the point, though?
I told you I like to give back, and why not make it fun? And then people get mad, like, must be following you. Obviously, I'm not going to give some money to some guy that's not a fan of mine, that's not following me. It's the stupidest thing ever.
But if if they see that tweet and then follow you,
maybe
they're not a fan. How do you know who's been a fan?
But now they know. Now they're seeing my stuff, and then they fall in love with me after seeing all my tweets are so good.
One might say this is just a way to get followers.
I mean, you could say that. But I'm just giving back. At least I give back to my fans. You ever give back to your fans?
Yeah, I do this show for free. That's actual content. I've done more in the last 3 years. And what have you done? You've sent out a bunch of tweets.
I mean, I'm still fucking on top, so.
What does that mean on top when you say that? Again.
Relevant.
Is fighting KSI...
KSI is huge. You just said he was big.
I know, but is that like ultimately what you want in your career?
No, it's not.
Does
so why not add a ton of money that is going to help me with my career, and my training and everything?
Why?
And why not prove... You know, it's kind of cool to me, too, to be honest. Because I've done jiu-jitsu, I compete in jiu-jitsu, I competed in wrestling, Greco-Roman, freestyle. I competed in everything. And I was going to be like, at the end of the day, it could be like, I've done boxing, I've done every single martial art. I've done MMA. It's more than a lot of people could say. How many styles have I fought? I'm a jiu-jitsu guy about the box, and like, no one ever wants to give me shit. Like, how many people would do that? Like, imagine making Kron Gracie do a boxing match. People would be like, fuck off.
Sure.
Like, I'm going to a territory that's not my specialty.
And you're upset that no one's giving you credit for this?
No one ever give me credit. I don't think anybody ever gives me credit on anything.
Are you surprised by this?
I don't really care. When
Altitude
I was
required.
younger, maybe, but now I just say fuck everybody because everybody's against me, and then when you talk shit about me, they make more.
But you know
headlines.
why they're against you, right?
That's fine. But when
You're the reason
I'm the
why.
rich one, so it's fine.
You're the reason why.
That's fine.
What do you mean you're the rich one?
Like every single guy talks shit about me. They're just
That's like
they
3 to
just
4
do it
checked.
just to get the fuck. I don't know. I don't really care.
I feel like you do care.
No, I mean sometimes I'm like, come on, just fucking, but it is.
But you bring it upon
I'll prove
yourself.
them
That's
wrong.
the thing that
But
I'm
then
trying
I'll prove them
to
wrong.
get at.
Fine, I'll prove them wrong every time.
But why bring it upon
You know what the worst thing to be though is someone that no one cares about, like Demetrius Johnson. Like no one ever tuned in to watch his fight. It was always like if Demetrius Johnson is fighting, everybody be like, okay, I'll probably catch it on the back end. No one's ever gonna be like, how much pay-per-views has he ever sold?
What beef do you have with Demetrius Johnson?
No, I'm just saying, like that's the worst.
Why do you have to bring him into this?
Because he's like the kind of guy that, or even Usman, like no one's ever like, yo, I gotta watch this Usman fight tonight. I never heard anybody say that. And then with me, maybe you have a guy like, yo, I can't wait to see Dylan Dance get knocked out tonight. Like that's like something. At least I have an emotion towards me.
Does it bother you that the majority of the people are hoping to get knocked out?
Fine, it's great.
As long as they tune in.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best thing. How many heels in wrestling has sold tickets?
Yeah, no, that's true. But there's a difference between being a heel and like having X-Pac heat, right? There's change the channel heat, and then there's I want to see this.
No
guy.
one changes the channel. Stop.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%.
Well, no one changes channel because you're not fighting.
Yeah, all
no
my videos,
There's no channel to change.
I'm coming back.
Are you fighting
in a month?
Why do I feel like this fight isn't happening?
It is happening. I don't know. Why wouldn't
When do you go to
everybody's
London?
been saying that because I don't know, because everybody hates me.
When do you go?
Probably the week before, you have to do some media stuff and shit like that.
Are you gonna go to the
No,
media
I'm
stuff?
Yeah, I'm not gonna show up. Of course I'm gonna go.
I don't know. You just didn't show up to this.
That was stupid. They want me to do everything on their fucking back end. Like I have to fucking say.
But aren't they the ones paying you?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna go to London for 8.5 hours and then go do like an hour press conference and come back.
Sure.
And then I'm already not feeling good. I'm gonna go there, get more sick, and then come back and fuck that. Everybody's been sick around here too. It's just like.
Were they upset?
Yeah, they were.
What'd they say?
I don't know. I had like 30 minutes. Yeah, they were like trying to pull. I was like, okay, pull it, go ahead. You guys need me more than I need you.
How many viewers do you think this gets?
Smoke.
Well, I'm just saying, KSI is infinitely bigger. He's got like millions upon millions of followers. You're asking people to follow you so you can cash app them.
Who did he fight?
He fought the two dudes. He didn't fight anyone of note. Oh well, other than
I mean, but you wouldn't
Logan.
know. I'm saying everybody knows about this fight's happening.
I mean, I know that he
You're
fought
such
the
a
two
hater.
dudes. He fought the two dudes.
Yeah, the two dudes.
Yeah, you think that's the same thing I would say to you? The two dudes.
I'm just
I don't
saying.
know who the guys you fought
Yeah,
are.
but you
either.
were there fucking covering it, so stop it.
I was not.
I did an interview with you after.
KSI?
No, I'm talking about the fucking.
Oh, your fight?
Yeah, so stop
you
it.
think I was there to cover your
Yeah,
fight?
you were.
Well, first
remember
of all,
Dylan? Come on, please.
I will say, number one, I'll say Chael Sonnen retirement fight, my friend. Number two, yes, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right.
It was worthy to cover a fight of yours back then. You were someone of note. You think I'm going to London for this?
No. They may invite you. They
Yes,
invite you.
it's working.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
You know, I was supposed to do Misfits boxing.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you got Jake on your, you're on the payroll. So
No,
you
I
can't be
was,
doing that.
I was pretty much at the goal line.
Yeah.
But then I heard they were signing people like you, and I was like, "Fuck!"
I knew you were gonna come with that.
No, it's the actual truth. Speaking of
I
Jake,
thought they were gonna give you. I thought you were actually gonna work with us for this fight. They said you were gonna be the ring girl.
yeah, good one.
No, but they did say that, and I was like, that's awesome.
Ring boy, it would be ring boy.
No, you'd be
Shout
the
out to
ring girl.
Elias Theodoro. You want to see me in a bikini?
Oh,
Gross.
get
dog.
up there.
It's gross. Listen, what happened with Jake Paul? Why haven't you fought him?
I thought about this before. We were supposed to fight so many times, and then I don't know. He just.
Why?
I'm
You
not
were
50.
unhealthy.
I'm not 50. I asked for 2 months extra because I had a knee surgery. That's pretty fucking goddamn not that crazy.
If you would beat him,
I mean, good for him because if it would have been me instead of Ben Askren, he would have never done this whole thing.
everything would have changed.
Everything would.
You would be the guy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I want to box. I'm a real
Does
fighter.
it drive you nuts though?
No, I'm not the kind of guy that like hates on people's success. Like good for him, he's doing what he does. We had our back and forth and stuff like that. But it's just so cheesy how he's fighting Anderson. Anderson's 50 years old, dude.
47.
48.
47.
48. See, look at you, little dick rider.
No, I'm just saying. I'm more of an Anderson dick rider, if anything.
So you think that Anderson Silva should come
By
back
the way,
at 50 years old?
I gave Jake his worst loss of the year. I 10-7 his ass. Worse than I
What?
10-7 you.
Well,
We
you
were
never
back and
10-7 me.
forth.
I 10-7 you back. You're just not going to admit it. And it's hard to get stuff on you because no one knows stuff about you. For me, it's like easy to get fucking shit.
What gets up?
I have
No,
shit
because
all
I'm an
over the
actual
place.
good person. Because I don't treat people like shit.
Who do I treat
Because I'm
like
not
shit?
disrespectful. You treat everyone like shit. You're disrespectful to everyone
That's
in the
not true.
community. The only one you've not been disrespectful towards is Connor.
That's not true. I give people the props. I make props.
Props?
Yeah,
Props or props?
Props.
You a farmer now? Farmers only? Who do you give props to?
I mean, not you, but
Tell me one person.
other good
Tell me one
journalists,
person.
Real journalists.
Yeah, why aren't you on their show?
I was on their show.
Yeah, who?
I'm going on ESPN this week. I'm going on.
Yeah, with who?
Who else were you with? How many?
What?
Who?
Yeah, go through the list. Go through.
Oh no,
We're gonna be
You're
going
gonna show
it's
up
hard.
on
You're on
any of
different.
those shows.
You're on a
You're gonna
different
show
show
up on
every
any
single
of those
day. It was
shows.
hard, yeah.
90
Okay, so
nautical
Jake
miles
Paul,
or
maybe this is the fight
110.
that gets you, Jake.
It was supposed to be guaranteed when I beat Logan. It was in the contract that they wanted Jake. So I mean, I would imagine they're both gonna be fucking begging me after this. I'm gonna hurt KSI bad, dude. Like, they're gonna see.
How many rounds?
6. I want 10. KSI's like, I'm a fucking cardio machine, dude. And I was like, yo, you're
2
gonna
minute
do 6
rounds?
3. I'd rather be 10 rounds, 12 rounds.
Sure.
Let's do it. I'm gonna break it.
Is it a pro bout or is it exhibition?
That's one thing I want to find out.
What? You don't know?
I swear I don't know because I'm gonna get pissed off if it's not pro. Because I
Why
don't trust
wouldn't it
them when
be
it's,
pro?
if it's exactly. I want it to be pro. I'll get my boxing license right now, and I don't trust them with the
Exhibition?
expedition. I
Don't
can't
get
say it right
nervous. Are you nervous?
now.
Want
No,
water?
but
Oh, look what I have here.
the fucking like triple.
Prime.
Don't give me like my throat at you, and then
This shit is great.
Is it?
Oh,
Look at
shout
you
out to
fucking
my guy.
goddamn Logan and Jake. Dick
Hey,
rider.
what's up, Logan? How
I don't
are
know what's
you?
bigger, your nose or the bottle.
Probably my nose. So why would it be exhibition?
I don't know, but if it is, that's fucked up because they're gonna pick the judges. They're gonna. It's
Oh,
already
you
on
think
Monday.
so?
They're gonna pick the ref. Dude, these things are like with like KSI, Logan, Jake. They're all very.
KSI and Jake don't like each other.
I'm just saying, like, just these promotions where they get their
Sure.
own fights. It's very.
You said that you had evidence that Jake's
I do.
fights are rigged.
I can show it to you.
But there's someone
I don't want to say the name because the guys. I mean,
that you like?
He only had a previous trainer that everybody can kind of put 2 and 2 together.
Okay.
He's an older guy, and he asked me because specifically to not put his name out there because he doesn't like trauma, and he doesn't want to be in the limelight. And you know.
Meanwhile, he supposedly
apparently
gave you this
fucked over
information.
something with his wife, or like he did something, or I don't know. Something happened. They had a falling out, and then Blowjob Floors took over. I think you can figure out who it is. And
I
he's an
can't.
older fighter that he used to train with. That was his coach.
All right. I don't really know.
Okay, well, yeah, I do. But,
Okay.
I don't. He doesn't want to get involved in that because it could be like some.
Shane Mosley?
I'm not gonna say yes or no. I mean,
Why?
What, you got an earpiece?
No, I got nothing. I'm just trying to think of who
Yeah.
Jake is trained with. Okay, so it is Shane Mosley.
I'm not gonna
He
get
doesn't
into it.
want. He doesn't want the
I
drama.
know. I kind of just gave it to him.
Yeah, you just did it. You just said yes.
No, but yeah, I mean,
So
sorry.
Shane Mosley, you're saying has
I'm not gonna
evidence.
go- I'm not gonna-
Okay, someone has evidence that the fights are rigged.
Yeah.
How would this guy know if he's no longer training him?
Because he trained him for a couple of the first fights, and he knows how Jake operates. Like Jake won't fight someone unless he knows he's gonna win, or they have a handicap, or they have like it's a whole thing. I don't remember the messages. This is when we were supposed to fight.
Pull him out.
The second time. I mean, I would. I could show you, but I don't trust
Just
you. I
read
read
him.
out loud.
Just read him.
No, because then it's obvious. You just said the name, and I'm not gonna.
Oh, stop it.
That's for him. That could be incriminating. Because
what are you talking about? Just read the.
Nah.
Come on.
I could show you it so you know I'm
I
not lying.
have the receipts.
Okay, but I'll show you so you know I'm not lying.
No, what does it matter that I'm seeing it? Let the audience.
No, I'm not gonna show.
Okay, show me.
Because the guy asked me as a fucking
Okay, show
older
me.
man not to fuck.
Show me. Go ahead.
Yeah.
There we go.
I swear you read them out loud. I'm not gonna like show you close. I'll just show you this one.
So Shane Mosley reached out. Someone. Sorry.
I'm not gonna do it. Okay,
No, keep
move
going.
on. Move
Keep
on.
going. No,
move
no,
on.
I want the evidence.
Move on.
Well, I almost had it.
No, you almost did, but you're talking too much.
Come on.
What bell is this?
That's me, 10-7 all day. I actually,
yeah?
they awarded that to me after the.
We should have a press conference. We should do it.
What were they? What, me and you press conference?
Yeah.
What are the?
I'll rip you apart.
Connor, where are the January 1st ones?
You have that money in the bank? Is that real?
That's right behind you.
Pretty cool. I like Austin Theory. He's cool. Good
Who's
dude.
that?
Austin Theory.
You like him?
Yeah, we hung out when he was in Europe. He was a good dude.
Guys, if you think life sucks right now, just think you could have begged for 3 years to fight no.
You only said that online because you know I was the
3
next
years
year.
later.
Fucked up.
Still not be popular enough or good enough to be. Come on, that's good stuff.
That's not. That's just what everybody says. You
I was
just
taking a
take
nap
little
when I read that. When I wrote that, that was.
My stuff hurt you, so.
Oh, here we go.
That shit didn't bother
Hey guys, follow me real quick. I'll follow you back and pay you. Oh yeah, we're still on that. Hey guys, you're still playing the same old hits.
What? It's hard to talk shit about you because you don't do anything.
I mean,
all my shit, I have fights everywhere, I have all this shit, so it's easy. You're just gonna say what everybody says online, and everybody's gonna rally behind you.
Right.
You know.
And as I predicted, by the way, you did reach out to me and say, "Hey,
No,
bro,
dude,
we're still
you
friends."
fucking guy didn't call me crying.
Yeah.
I did.
Remember when I
had to
posted
voice
that?
note.
And then you even had Ali get back, get on. Yeah, Ali.
No, there's
took
there's fighters that
your
like, yo,
side.
you don't post text. That was such a bitch move.
No.
That was a bitch move.
No, it wasn't.
For
because
someone
you
that
did exactly.
someone I'd known you how long, and I always had your back with all the other shit.
Yeah.
I know, but why would you post text? Who posts text? That's like girl shit.
No, because
That was girl shit.
You're calling me a bitch.
Oh my god, you never be called a bitch?
No.
You're pretty. That's the one thing with you though. It's when someone talks shit back to you, you gotta get like all like emotional.
No, I just sit here and I just dish out 10-7.
That's one of the worst
all
things
day.
too. Like in high school or something.
You
It's like
did
when
exactly
talk
what I
shit
predicted.
When you talk shit to a kid and then he can't take it, like, but he gives it out, but he can't take it. That's the worst thing.
Can't take it?
I could take it. I could take the banter. I could take anything you say.
5 miles.
But when you did it, then you get all emotional and start crying.
Why do you send DMs and then delete them?
I never do that.
You do that all the time.
No, I don't.
Yes, you send me DMs and then you delete them.
Dude, when you making shit
Why-
up, you're such a liar. If I get on you now, I don't want to make
So
you
what
cry
are
on
you
camera.
what are you going to do about the evidence that you have? I mean, that's pretty big stuff.
I don't disrespect someone that says don't. I don't.
Well, you
do
put
what
it
you
out
do.
there.
You fucking put
You
texts
put
out
it
there.
out
You
there.
put DMs out there.
You put it out there.
No, I didn't say anything. You said his name, not me.
No, you put out there that you have evidence that
Oh, yeah,
Jake's
just because he's fucking talking so much shit about me and KSI now, like, oh, this guy can't box. This and that. He was begging to box me for years, and I was like, oh, he can't box. Like,
Now.
he's just obsessed with KSI, so he's just upset that he has me and all this. And then he's saying all this shit when Logan was begging to fight me, so it's like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Inboard reheat selected.
On Monday, we had Gordon Ryan on the show.
Leg 4 to 5 all
And,
looks good.
He's not a big fan of yours.
Yeah, actually, he is in person. In person, he fucking, oh, you man, you fucking my idol.
Is that true what he said since you became black belt?
No, he just talks shit. First off,
He said
anything
18
that
and
Gordon,
16.
anything that Gordon has done in his career doesn't mean anything. Who's the best home run hitter of all time?
I mean, like some would say Barry Bonds.
Oh, you're gonna say Barry Bonds?
Well,
he got busted with steroids. Oh, who was
He
the
actually
other
never
one?
tested positive.
Who's the other guy? McGuire.
We are
McGuire,
supersonic.
Hank Aaron.
He's fucking juiced to the
Transparency is
gill.
de-iced and demissed.
I mean,
It doesn't matter. Like nothing he does is like.
Back 1 checks complete. 55.
Imagine an
Lanes
NBA
going
player that
aft.
got busted for steroids. He was doing it all season. No one even cared.
you think there's just a big asterisk on his whole career?
Yeah, like what? He is like just a juice.
Didn't you compete against him?
Yeah, he's not that good.
And who won?
It was a ref decision he won. But everybody says I won. Ask Chael. He was
Ask
there. Chael was there live. Every single person in the
Chael
arena.
actually might be.
You know what's
a
fucked up
legit
about that
fan
match? If you watch that match, his fucking dad is sitting with the judges.
Really?
Yeah, how crazy is that?
Why don't you do a rematch? I feel like at this point you guys.
He hasn't passed a drug test. That's why he's not doing MMA. Why do you think he's not doing MMA?
Well,
He
one.
can't pass a drug test.
One doesn't.
Oh yeah,
break.
you have to go fucking overseas or something. Nothing he's done in his career, it doesn't mean like I can test USADA tomorrow or today. We'll see if he can. You know? So
Is there drug testing for the KSI
I
fight?
hope so. I wouldn't mind.
But is there?
1.1 Mac. Secondary
Dude,
nozzles
that's what I'm
looking
saying.
good.
That show was like
56.
long and
1 going
Yeah,
aft.
but why? So why are you taking part in any of this?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I think that too. But
Are you having second thoughts?
No, the money's nice.
Any doubts?
No.
Is
I
it
don't care. You could be
guaranteed?
taking steroids. I could be have the flu, fucking sick.
Is it guaranteed? Like meaning like
Oh yeah,
just,
yeah.
there's no.
No.
You have to show up this. It's like you step foot
And if they don't want to make a pro, they'll fucking I'll choke his ass out, man. Who's gonna stop me?
in the fight. Yeah,
He has to be careful.
You would never be licensed again as a
it's
pro
not-
boxer.
If he's not licensed.
Well, I mean, a commission in the states would never license if you really want to be a
I'm an MMA
boxer.
fighter anyway.
Sure. More jiu-jitsu.
Alright, we're making
you consider
that
yourself more
left
jiu-jitsu or
turn.
MMA?
Well, now I'm getting, you know,
Right.
less freaking more. I'm overall, you know. I'm still always going to be a jiu-jitsu guy. It's just stupid.
Who are you training with?
Right now? I just train around different gym.
You don't have a home?
No, not right now.
You don't have like a main head coach?
No.
Who's going to be your guy?
I coach myself. I don't need fucking help for kids.
You're not going to have a corner?
I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
Come on.
The KSI is not
Can't
good.
be that disliked.
Yeah.
No one wants to train with you?
No, it's not that. I just don't trust nobody right now.
Why?
I don't know.
That's not a good way to live.
No, it's not. I've been through a lot this year, you know. I lost a lot of people, and I just kind of been.
1.3
What do you
Mac.
mean?
Just like,
Sorry
just
to hear
yeah, I lost my dad. I lost
Oh, really?
Leandro was one of my close friends. Another friend just died, Orlando. There's a bunch of shit that's been going on, so it's just been a rough year. No, it's all good.
But why not have a? I mean, don't you need a coach?
Yeah, I mean, I
rounds are
coach
all
myself. I've
modulating.
been in the fight game for a long time.
The greatest Floyd Mayweather has a
1.3
coach.
checks complete.
I mean, once I
56,
find the right
6
person, it's just
going
hard too, because
aft.
like for this boxing fight, like everybody comes out of the woodwork.
Sure.
It's like fucking, it's crazy, and I don't trust anybody.
Everyone wants to be
Yeah,
attached.
everybody. It's just like, hey, can I coach you? I have a boy that'll coach you. Do this and that. I'm just like, nah, I'm good.
So, but like, let's say you have to train today. Like, where are you going?
I'm gonna spar today. I just set up. I'll hit up a couple boxers or something. But yeah, let's go get some rounds, you know, stuff like that. Or I'll hit the bag, or ask one of my friends to hold mitts. Or I have people that are coaches. I just don't have like a trained guy. You know?
And come January 14th.
It's
Yeah,
still
I
going
think by then I'll
aft.
find someone.
But isn't that problematic?
I don't know. I don't see KSI being a threat.
So you're not worried.
No, not really.
Do you think it would be detrimental to your brand, to your career, if you lose to him?
I don't see myself losing, but I mean, at the end of the day, I'm a jiu-jitsu guy anyway. So
You can't use that as the excuse. You can't use that as
no,
the
but no.
If he knocks you out, I mean, he's got power.
Stop it.
He's got
He's
power.
never finished anybody.
I mean, he looks like he's a strong guy. He's got 8-pack. I see him.
How many people have Tyson Fury is not that guy with 8-pack. He's like fat. And
Sure.
doesn't mean nothing, you know.
There's no concern whatsoever.
The only thing that might fuck me up, his forehead is so big, I'm gonna get like a glare and I can't see. If you ever seen his forehead? He wears a fucking bandana for his whole life. Looks like your shirt kind of. His bandana.
Were you close with your father?
Yeah. Well, we had every parents have a rough relationship, but
We're almost Mach 1.7.
We actually got more along towards the end.
After burners would turn off after Mach 1.7.
Yeah, pretty much.
So once you hit Mach 1.7, you continue to speed up.
I was trying to get him to the hospital.
Without
He was like, I
afterburners.
don't know, I think it's just like
Only a
stomach
Concorde
ache,
can do that.
Like stage 4 cancer.
Shit.
And then it just kind of went really fast. And then it
Really?
went to his brain, and he had surgery. And yeah, I was
When
with
was
him the day. Huh?
When was that?
Coming up on Mach 1.7.
Maybe more.
See?
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Watch
So
the
it's tough.
Inboards going off.
outboards.
A lot of people
Outboards are off.
are still saying bad shit about me.
4 minutes 53 on the reheats.
When they heard about this?
Yeah.
When this came out?
Yeah, it was, I mean, I had I was like all over, but yeah, I posted about it.
Oh, okay.
On my Twitter, like, rest in peace.
AFCS.
The Leandro thing was fucked up too. Like, I was with him not that long
AFCS.
before what happened to him. And it's just like so crazy that something like that can happen to me too. I don't know if you know what happened with him.
Did he get stabbed?
No, he got shot.
He got shot.
Over
going
a
aft.
tequila bottle. Yeah, it's fucked up.
And what happened? Like what were they arguing about?
So apparently the guy was like jealous of him, and he was outside
Brazil?
the table. Yeah, and Leandro had a bunch of girls. They were hanging out, and the guy was just jealous, so he took the bottle like that and like drank it, and like, Leandro took him down, choked him out.
Oh.
And and then they got separated. And the guy was like, "Oh, I'm good." And then he was like pacing back and forth, and he just came up and shot him.
Damn.
Fucked up.
Did they find the guy? Like,
Yeah,
did
he
they
was a
arrest
cop.
him? What?
Yeah, the gun was registered when he went into the club. Yeah, and now it's fucked up. He's in like a prison for like cops, and like no one can get to him, because Andrew was like 11, so
Right.
it's fucked up.
This is. I'm not trying to, but like, do you get worried about that sort of thing?
I can't say it hasn't crossed my mind because I've been in so many street fights and stuff in Manhattan. Obviously, it hasn't been publicized, and a lot of things, like people saying they're gonna kill me and stuff. But it doesn't really bother me because I'm pretty aware and I'm smart. And
But you have to keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, especially when I go out drinking, because sometimes you get a little bit. You just want to have fun, so usually it's easier to have security, so I don't have to worry about that shit. But
Right.
Anywhere I go, like it's like some guy is just like grilling me or saying something, and it's just like I'm pretty good at it now. Just like obviously.
Are people trying to fight you left and right?
No, because I think they know I'll kick their ass.
Right.
I mean, they can say what they want, but like at the end of the day, they know what's gonna happen. So, but I mean, you do get a couple drunk guys that be like, "Oh, it was wrestle or do some shit." I don't want to say stuff as I've gone to a lot of fights in Manhattan. I haven't been out in the streets and stuff.
You've been arrested?
Nah, I'm not gonna. Don't want to incriminate myself.
Well, I mean, we know of one.
Couple, yeah.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Isn't there a party that just wants to go back to 2016 when you were like the youngster, everyone liked you, cool guy,
But still, I mean, that's not like I don't know, I'm like shunned or something like that.
Yes, you are, I would say.
That's fine. I don't mind as long as I'm getting paid. Doesn't matter to me who likes me or not.
But who's paying you?
I still get paid. You know how much I make from like Instagram and Twitter? I have no idea.
Cruise rating
How much you
going
make?
in.
I
The
probably made
transonic
more. I
checklist is complete. We've got
don't want to fucking have to
going out.
the IRS on my ass.
Well, I mean, you brought it up. You said you know how much I make.
Yeah,
That
no,
was
even when
quick.
I was during the pandemic, I mean, killing.
Doing what?
Just posts and stuff like doing like
Sponsorships?
Yeah, sponsorships.
Who sponsors you?
It was mostly just like like one-on-ones and stuff like that.
Like who?
I don't know. I don't remember the names, but it was so long ago. I'd done a bunch.
It was not long ago. It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, so get in the head. I get hit in the head for a little bit.
So are you still making money off Instagram and Twitter?
Yeah, of course. I mean, even for the fight now, it's like you post through some sponsorships. But
Sure.
I always have money. I save money. I'm not stupid too. I'm not like you know what I mean. I made a lot of money in my career. Obviously, it's not good when you're not fighting.
Sure.
Yeah, obviously, I want to keep fighting. So I mean, so yeah.
Gordon said that he doesn't know how you support yourself. Like, are you?
Gordon's just obsessed with me, dude.
I know. Well, but like, why did he say it? Like, are you? I mean, by the way, there's nothing to be ashamed of if your family has money.
No, they don't actually, but it's fine that he wants to say that because he wants to try to. Anything with Gordon, he just wants to try to put me down. So it's fine. I don't care. Everybody knows how I make my money and stuff like that. I don't need to tell him or prove anything to him.
I think everyone doesn't know. That's why.
It's even cooler. Okay, I'm like mysterious.
What you should have said was, I made so much money from the 2 Bellator fights, I could live.
I did.
That's what you
I've
should
known
have
about
said.
it forever, but I have.
Here.
Nah, yeah. The thing with Gordon too is like, we were supposed to fight. Like, and this is, if you ever
MMA or
you ever had a Hollis Gracie on?
Hollis Gracie. Yeah.
So one of the things he tells me, I don't know where we were. He was like, you know why I respect you? He's like, is that time you showed up at the gym to fight him. So there was I think I told this story on here before. I might have.
You showed up at the gym to fight Gordon?
So he posted something about my mom.
Gordon?
Yeah, so me and my old friend, we went to the gym and we were looking for him. And I was like, yo, we're gonna fight, like it's gonna happen. And he like ran out the gym. He was so scared. It was so funny. And no, I'm serious. You can ask him. I don't know how you say his name, Hollis or Hollis?
I think it's Hollis.
Yeah. So what happened was Marcel found out about it. And Marcel said, yo, listen, if you want to fight, I'm gonna call John Donaher. We're gonna set this up MMA. And I was like, or he said like Valley Tuda. I was like, yeah, I don't care, fuck it. He's like, okay, 8 o'clock tonight. This is all, you can ask anybody in the gym, Marcel's or Henzo's. I don't think Hollis would lie to you. So 8 o'clock came around and I saw John Donaher in the gym. And they were like, oh, we don't want to fight, like, we want peace. And there's a picture of Marcel and John Donaher on the mats. It's an old picture, you can probably find it. And they like wanted to make peace, and like Gordon was like saying like sorry and all this, and we never got to fight. Yeah, I was ready to go. We were gonna like do it like old school in like a circle, and like all this would have beat his ass.
This would have been pre-pandemic.
This is when I was still Marcelo, so. Okay. Yeah.
You and Marcelo? No. Never.
No.
It's.
I don't think he even teaches anymore. I think he lives in like Hawaii or some shit.
But it's just a relationship.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Unfixable.
I don't think about it anymore. I have no idea.
I'm just trying to get at like maybe like the relationships that you had back then. A lot of these people, you know, like Marcelo, Connor, a lot of these people aren't around as much. Is that not
bother
you?
That's not for me. No. I have my own friends and stuff. I mean, I talk to Connor still. I don't know why you keep saying stuff like that.
Well, I mean, when's the last time? Who's on your necklace?
The saint.
Why?
Because I'm religious.
Are you religious?
Yeah, I'm a little bit. I'm kind of dabble. But it protects
Christianity?
You. Yeah.
Who gave it to you?
I got it.
You got it for yourself?
And then I got this from Dolce & Gabbana, but it's Our Lady Guadalupe. Happy Hanukkah, by the way.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Why do you feel like you need that?
No, it just protects you.
Okay.
It protects all like the, not to say bad people, but it just protects like, you know, people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So January 14th.
Yeah.
KSI Boxing. Your New Year's resolution is to become a better person.
No, I am a good person.
Not be
I give
as disliked.
I help a lot of people, dude. Have you ever talked to people that know me? How many things I do? A lot of people. Like taking people out, doing stuff. Or even when I'm out, I give so much money. I give, dude. Ask anybody that my friends.
When you post those videos of the kids like that got bullied?
Yeah.
Did you ever help them out?
Yeah,
which kid? You know, like the kids.
I was supposed to actually had the TV show signed for like Netflix or something. It was gonna be like me going around and training with people that have like disabilities and stuff. I don't know what happened. We had like the pilot. We were supposed to film the pilot.
But like, remember when you said like, "Oh, I'll bring this guy out. I'll train him." Did you ever do that?
I did once, and then the kid was just like, he did not want to train. Like he did a couple classes, and then he just wanted to like, you know how it is. He just didn't. It's hard. I can't like force him to be in the gym.
Right.
I think he was doing other stuff. He got a little bit older. He was kind of doing stuff, and I can't like. He lives in Baltimore. I can't force the kid to train.
Right.
I got him the membership. It was all done. He has a gi. And a lot of the other kids, it's hard to find them. And then like they don't want to train. They're just like, it's tougher than it actually looks. And then Jake Paul kind of took my idea when he did that bullying thing. That's why I don't ever come back to you too. I feel like I'm bullying you. So
That's why I actually stopped.
Oh, yeah. You just took my joke.
I unfollowed.
You just took my joke.
And then you unfollowed.
Because you're emotional.
You do. How?
You're so emotional, dude.
I'm so emotional.
Any other questions?
What are we gonna do about you? I mean, it actually bums me out that you went. Well, because you went from being this sort of darling to now being.
You ever hang out with me outside of fucking fighting?
No, why would I?
Because I'm saying I'm a different person.
Right leg 7 to 8 checks
I actually don't.
That's what I'm saying. I don't need any of these people to know who I am. Like I don't really give a shit. Like if some guy from fucking on Twitter says this guy's a dick bag, come and hang out with me. Like I'm not gonna be a fucking like, it's the stupidest thing ever.
Well, this all you say that none of this bothers you, but it really does bother you.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does because you ask people to follow you. You're constantly on social media.
I won't ask you to follow me. You just reading this shit off the fucking thing.
No, you do. You ask people.
I said I like to do giveaways, and that's because. I
know. So clearly, social media means something.
First off, Mr. Beast does the same exact thing. Yeah. All these guys do. Oh, giveaway. Okay, you have to subscribe. What does that mean? It's just fucking. It's the stupidest thing ever. Mr. Beast does it. You go to Aiden Ross's thing, does it.
He actually goes through with it.
Yeah, I do too. This is another lie.
So every
you don't even follow me.
Every single one's.
You don't even follow me.
Trust me, we did the deep dive.
Oh, you did the deep dive?
We did.
Yeah, how would you know if I delete it?
Yeah, because we know.
How would you know?
Because I know that
you're all over my shit.
It.
You're fucking stalking me.
I know when you. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Come on.
I know when you post it and then you lose, you delete it.
Never in my life. That's fucked up. Anybody would have called me out on it.
That's a whack move.
Someone would have called me out on it.
So every time you do it, the other side.
It has been. Look at all the ones. It has been.
What a crazy
coincidence.
obsessed with you. You
Just
asked
admit
me
it.
to come on the show.
No, that's not true.
You did.
Yeah.
Do you want me to pull it out right now?
Don't pull it out. I mean, you could, but what'd you say first?
What?
You said, are we best friends?
I didn't ask you to come on.
You said, are we
I had
best friends? I'll tell you what I said.
You know what?
I don't lie.
I called you very recently. You want me to pull it up?
No,
Pull it up
I could read it to you right now.
What about the zone guy asked me? What about
Why are you
Paradigm?
pulling out text again?
What?
Why are you pulling out text again?
I'm
like
just,
an ex-girlfriend?
because when you lie...
I'm not lying. I tell you what you said. You said, are we best buds again? I said, a reunion on set would be good. Oh, no, I said something like that. That's not what I said?
Then within literally 2 hours of this exchange,
And you
I had
said
the zone
before
reach
January.
out. I had Paradigm reach out. Everyone reaching out.
The zone wanted to deal with you, but I don't think they knew that me and you were, enemies.
Come on.
I swear. How would the zone know me and you hate each other?
I mean, it's pretty well publicized.
Is it?
I would think so.
Someone, I don't know where it was.
10-7.
This is like before 10-7. Stop it.
It was. People were posting.
Yeah, obviously, you're not going to say it was a 10-8 that you got me with.
If you want to say it's a 10-8, fine. I mean, there's discrepancies in judges.
It's just hard because
clear victory for Helwani. I mean, it wasn't
It
even
was close. It's harder for me because I'm fighting with a handicap because everybody already hates me. So it's like you.
No, I think people are pretty.
You're kind of hated too, though.
I don't think so. Did you see what happened recently when a couple people?
You did call out Patty. That was fucked up.
What do you mean I called out?
No, I'm saying you called him out on his bullshit.
Yeah.
He asked you for an interview and then said you need a favor.
Who won that exchange?
I would say you did because you had the message. I give you credit.
Again, receipts.
I mean, I told you he helped me out. And now you're paying me. So that's the only reason I came today.
No, I'm happy that you came. Are you going to do? Is there a lot of media?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, like who?
We do Andrew Schultz this week or next week. I was supposed to do Theo Vaughn. There's another guy, Chris. I don't know how to say his name. He does a show with Sal from Practical Jokers. He has a podcast with Staten Island. You know what he is? He's like a comedian. I don't know how to say his last name. It's very Italian.
Fighter and the Kid.
I was supposed to do the Food Truck Diaries, but I don't know if I want to go to LA.
You're doing food truck?
Yeah, maybe.
Wow.
We had really good numbers on the first one. Yeah.
Was the last one when you got pelted with the toilet paper?
You talking big?
What?
Coffee here.
What are you gonna do about that?
I gotta throw the coffee on.
No, but was that the one?
Oh yeah, it is.
See, that's the difference.
What?
You're a fighter.
Yeah.
Fighters shouldn't be threatening people.
You talking shit to a fighter with no one here.
I said, was that the one where you got pelted?
Give you a freaking wedgie.
Is that not true?
Yeah, but why are you saying pelted? You fucking missed.
It was a drive-by. But by the way, there's a rumor.
Imagine I give you a wedgie on fucking my team.
Yeah, imagine. Good luck.
Or give you a
How much you weigh?
Good luck.
How much you weigh?
Don't tell me.
How much you weigh?
I'll give you a wedgie.
How much you weigh?
Right now?
Yeah.
It's 190.
Nah, way more. Listen.
Way more. I'm fighting 170.
No, I weigh more.
Oh. Should we try to do it?
The fact that you're so obsessed with
saying,
touching my underwear
you probably
is a
don't wear
little
underwear,
bit suspect.
Because I was on
it's
today.
a little bit
I'm
suspect.
saying you're probably not wearing underwear. You know I was coming.
In any event, there's a story out there, a theory that Brendan told Jake where you guys were. Which seems like a breach of trust. And you're still gonna go on food truck?
No, but I'll tell you how it went. He didn't tell me, but he kind of like, he was like, oh, they were fishing around on text, like asking what time and stuff like that. I just want to let you know. That's all he said. He was just like, I want to let you know, like.
You believe?
So he kind of gave me a heads up, but he didn't. He was just like, yo, these guys are asking about the address and stuff, so I just want to let you know, like, they're like fishing, something like that.
And you don't think he gave him?
I would imagine he did. I don't really care.
Good for his thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever.
And you would still go on?
I like Shop, to be honest with you. I don't think he's a bad guy. I mean, I know you two have beef.
Even though he set you up.
Yeah, it's alright. I mean, that set me up with like a guy who murdered me and fucking guy throwing toilet paper. Like, what's Jake Paul gonna hurt?
You got dunked on. With the toilet paper. You didn't think that
I threw it back. I was gonna punch the fucking. I had a bad knee. I was gonna punch his tail right out, but I couldn't fucking get close.
That would have been bad.
The one thing that pissed me off about Shop, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Because he was like, yo, if anybody does come, I got your back, this and that. And then like when the car pulls up, I run over, he doesn't move. Yeah, I was like, this motherfucker. So I was like, I'm by myself with like 8 guys on the car.
More proof that he potentially set
you up.
Because
I think he was saying it in the interview. He's like, yo, anybody like, I'm with the MMA guys against these guys. He was like giving me this whole thing, and then like they came and he didn't move from the thing. I was like, motherfucker, what the fuck?
That is whack.
No,
you know what's the crazy thing? You've done this thing for a while, but the one guy who always had your back was me.
Yeah,
and you screwed that up.
But then you got emotional.
No, you screwed it up.
You got emotional. Is there a person
screwed it up?
You?
No, that was after.
Come on.
That was after you proved me right.
Because I called you a
So
bitch?
is this? No, it was after. Every time I'd post something, it'd be you and AJ Agazarm.
AJ Agazarm?
Yes, you two.
Putting
Like
my
two
name in
peas
there.
in a
Where's he
pod.
now?
I don't know. Same place you are. He actually has more MMA fights than you.
Who cares about that?
Okay, more fights. Period.
I can't agree. Who cares?
I'm just saying. You're saying where is he now? He's been more active.
That is.
How many fights do you think you'll have in 2023?
Including boxing or MMA?
Just fights.
I'll try to do 4, maybe more.
You think so?
Yeah, because when I come back to MMA, I'm going to run through them fast. two fast submissions.
You're going to have more fights in 2023
I have 2 more
than
fights
your
on the Bellator. So
Okay.
never know what happens.
Hottest free agent in the game.
It's true.
They're all going to come after.
Yeah, I think it's not true. Who wouldn't want to see me fight? Either if you want to see me lose or now you want to see me win, it's still people want to see.
I feel like there's a very strong chance you never fight for Bellator again.
In what sense? Like I'm gonna just stop fighting?
Like they're just going to be like, enjoy, fighting for bare knuckle or some shit like that.
Or maybe. I don't know. I can't say what can happen.
Isn't that like they have a CBS show coming up,
isn't
right?
That conflict of interest?
No.
I say like I'm on it.
No, they're just going to tell you.
Yes, but I'm not going to say what my
Dios.
plans are or anything like that.
They have a CBS show coming up.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you fight on that?
I would, but I have this first. I think maybe I could just do it. I don't know what date it is, but I was
It's February 4th. I'm just saying, if they were so interested in you fighting, why did they?
Like they don't send me every
Japan
fight card and ask me to fight. I don't want to fight in Japan.
So you're calling Scott Coker a liar, the guy who signs your checks?
No, what I call him?
He's the one who's like, Dylan, call me,
no,
whenever you're ready.
He says, like we offered him fights. They had every single card they offered me a fight. I'm not saying he's lying. Try and start this little. This is what you do. There's a little.
He didn't. He actually has said the opposite. He has said, Dylan, call us.
There's a bunch of interviews. You saw the last one.
Yeah.
I'm the fucking golden cow. You know that.
But you don't fight for him.
I do fight for him. I'm still signed to him.
I know, but you haven't fought since
I was fucking hurt. I just told you the whole story.
2.5 years.
I told you, you don't know injury.
3.5 years.
Never
Holy
trained.
shit. 2022.
You're scared to fucking box a schmo or go jiu-jitsu with the schmo.
3.5 years.
You're hiding behind the desk.
What hiding behind? This is I can say the same about you.
That's not true.
Anyway, this has been a great chat.
Bobbleheads.
I've really enjoyed this chat.
Do you get a picture of me and you up here now?
Yeah, I think it would be nice.
It would,
Where
right?
do you think I should put it?
Oh no, we'll get one. Which picture do we have together?
I don't know. There was the one time.
Where can you fit me?
Maybe over here in the corner of this chat.
I was waiting for you to get. So we just changed the whole background. I thought that was real when I watched that.
Yeah, I know. There's a car parked right there.
Yeah. This is good. I mean, this is like a little bit hostile, but it wasn't like crazy.
You enjoyed
Right
it?
leg 7 to 8 checks out.
Yeah.
Talk a lot of shit.
Thought it was.
Give you a spoiler.
Thought it was a bit, if I'm being honest, a bit of a bitch move not to shake the hand.
I'll shake it after. You apologize for everything.
When did I apologize? Joe, did I apologize?
With your eyes.
No.
Yeah.
Joe says no. With my eyes.
Your eyes. Yeah.
By the way,
you're so submissive.
There's two. There's two people, only two kinds of people who wear sunglasses indoors.
Okay.
Blind people and fucking assholes.
You're wearing glasses indoors.
Sunglasses.
Same shit. You got no vision.
What are we doing here? What are we doing?
That's worse.
What are we done here, Dylan? January 14th on DAZN.
Who called you for it? Was it MGF?
What?
MGF. No, I saw he called you for it. That's a good.
Watches all the content.
No, I like MGF.
Unbelievable.
That's my favorite wrestler right now.
Yeah, I bet he is.
No, he is. I swear.
Fellow Jew.
Hilarious. Huh?
Fellow Jew.
Is he?
Yeah. What do you mean, is he? Favorite wrestler and you don't know he's Jewish. He talks about being Jewish all the time.
I'm just saying.
Is this a pay-per-view?
Yes.
In the sense that they're going to have to pay us to watch this?
Yeah.
Who's going to watch this?
You.
Who's going to order this?
You. You're going to be sitting at home. You're going to be like, I'm going to watch
Frank, what's the line?
I don't want to say anything jokes with you because you just start crying.
Frank, what's the line of this fight actually happening? What did GC say at the beginning of the show? It's going to happen. Frank says yes.
Thank
wow.
you, see? So you can go to his house.
We're not all bad. No, GC, what did we say? Plus 10,000? I don't know if you could. Yeah, I did say plus 10,000.
Who do you think is going to win?
If the fight happens?
Yeah. No, if it doesn't happen, who's going to win?
Well, I'm trying to just put the caveat.
You keep saying that. You're supposed to be fucking hyping up the fight. You're supposed to be a journalist. You're just like against me.
No, I'm not against you.
Yeah, you are.
I just have my doubts that this fight.
Why?
You didn't
have I ever pulled out a fight?
You didn't show up to the press conference.
Yeah, because fuck them.
You would think that you would want to sell the fight.
Now I'll say
this.
What?
The fact that
you're not going sold it. It was the only article that was all over the place.
The fact that you're here tells me that I believe it a little bit more. I'll give you that.
Okay.
The fact that you came.
You tell me that wasn't the biggest article.
What was it?
Dylan Daniels doesn't show up to the press conference. They actually sold more than me being on Zoom.
That was like a form of promotion. By the way, that picture that you had with the two belts.
Yeah.
Did you take that in your apartment or what? Where did you take it?
That's from me holding the belts.
Where?
No one ever took them off me.
Which belts?
That's the two belts I got.
Which ones?
My two fights.
Come on.
Yeah, undefeated, undisputed.
They gave you participation trophies over there?
No, those are all world champions.
Those belts are worth as much as Jake's.
What's his belt?
Jake's. Those belts. This belt might be worth more than that.
45 years old. You got fucking action figures on your desk.
Yeah, not quite 45. You like to embellish these.
You look a little bit 45.
Do I?
Yeah.
You think?
Now you're trying to think.
You think I look worse than you right now?
That's not a good comeback. Took you too long. You had the same shirt on when the last time I was on.
No, this is a new shirt.
The same shirt.
The mullet is good. It's
like
a good look. I like the mullet.
Okay.
It's too bad that we didn't get the eyes. I wanted to see the eyes. I appreciate that you wore the NWO hat in tribute
I asked you who your
of the
favorite
Nose World Order, Bret Hart.
Of course.
Yeah. Why? Of course.
Never Shawn Michaels.
No, Canadian legend.
Yeah, no, but Shawn Michaels.
I accept your apology for all the texts, the incessant texts, the. Okay, we'll say it at the same time.
Okay.
Deal?
Shake your hand.
3, 2.
No, I don't trust you, fucker.
I wish you the best, man. I wish you the best.
This was fun.
You think we should hug? No, I don't want. I'm a German.
I might give you a wedgie. But you used to those though.
Remember MSG?
What?
When you rocked up to me with 3 guys.
Dude, you hid behind security.
They're all like this. They're all like.
You hid behind security. Yeah, the best part, he was like this on his phone, and he saw me coming, and then he went behind the security, and you're like, no, please get him away from me, he's gonna hurt me.
Can I just say, legit?
What?
Try to be a better person.
I'm a good person.
The world needs positivity.
Okay.
The world
You're negative.
I'm negative.
You do talk shit about a lot of people, too. So.
Name one.
Dana, Patty, who else are we talking about?
Again, receipts.
I'll get receipts. I'm not like on the laptop like you are. You have all that shit on you.
No, I'm saying I only respond when they hit first. 99.999999999% of the fighters in this game know what I'm about. They have my back. How many have your back? Your peers, your colleagues,
how about the guy,
your peers.
There was one fighter that was like, I'm not doing an aerial interview because he posts text. Real men don't post text.
Yeah, that was Ali pretending to be Giga Chikadze. I remember everything.
Okay, but that's still a fighter.
That's Ali.
I don't know
you know how low things are for you when you have Ali having your back?
Why would Ali have my back? That makes no sense.
2 peas in a pod. Birds of a feather. You know what I'm talking about?
Don't compare me to him. That's just.
That's what happened.
No, I don't know if he fucking.
He get hitting me on the side, being like, "Brother, I'd love to be on your show," and then all of a sudden.
Why would Ali have my back out of all people when we fucking
because enemy of my enemy is my enemy. You know what I'm talking about?
I guess. Well, I'm his enemy too. Fuck him. I don't like him at all.
Listen.
What?
Try to be a better person.
You too.
Well, me too.
Yeah.
Well, me too. Dude.
You're sensitive. You gotta stop being sensitive and then get mad at everybody when they talk shit.
By the way, sensitive is not a bad thing. I was just talking to Jared Cannonier about crying. He said that that's actually a good thing to cry. He said it's actually a sign.
Makes him the freaking...
Yeah, because he's fucking kill a gorilla. That's what.
Sean Strickland.
See, there you go. Dick.
It's true.
Why do you have to
so boring?
You realize though that it annoys fighters when you talk shit about them when you don't fight. It's one thing.
I do fight. I just fought fucking 20 times in the street.
Okay.
What are you talking about? I fight every day.
So Anthony Taylor 1, Dan is 0.
Stop it. We'll see.
That would be. By the way, that would be a big fight. You don't think so?
He was like 5 and 8 or something like that. Stop. He's not even close to anywhere in the realm of anybody knows. You think he goes out and someone's like, "Oh,
the last televised fight you had was in the parking lot of a Holiday Inn in Austin, Texas."
When was the last time you had a fight?
I'm not a fighter.
Exactly, but you talk like one. You talk like one.
You are a fighter. Anyway.
You're a journalist.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can't be calling
So I
people
talk
bitch
about
and shit
fighters.
Like
no, not shaking someone's hand.
Yeah, because of all the shit you said. So I said, once we have a good conversation, then we'll fucking chill.
Was it a good conversation?
I mean, it was good. You're not crying, so it's good. You had a good back and forth, you know? I mean, you could take it.
Yes.
That's one thing you got to work on. So you tell me to work on something, you got to work on.
Okay, I'll take the criticism. What should I take?
When you talk shit to people and you do all this stuff, you got to be able to take it back.
Yeah.
One thing about me, I tell you, I say a bunch of shit about people, and when people talk about me, I take it. Yeah, you got to roll with the punches. I roll with the punches. I might give some back.
Yeah.
I don't see me crying and me hurting.
When's the last time you saw me cry? When
you fucking called me and FaceTime me.
Right. See, that's
like, dude, that's so fucked up.
I don't respect liars. That's the thing.
You did. I have them. I'm gonna find it.
Go right now.
This is my new phone. I have an old phone.
I
swear, you're like, dude, come on, my God.
Oh my God.
Dude, I have proof.
You went to John Kavanaugh. You complained to him.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's.
I really don't.
You almost ruined my relationship with John Kavanaugh.
No, that would. After what? I mean, that was fucked up.
8 to 9 is checked now.
We'll talk about that. I've helped you before with that stuff.
Yeah.
So stop it.
With
can't
what
say
stuff?
It happened.
What stuff?
With you and that whole relationship and stuff like that.
With Kavanaugh?
No, not with Kavanaugh. Just in the past. I'm saying we don't have to talk about. I don't.
What stuff?
Like you, I don't
Go ahead.
Pull out receipts.
Go.
I'm saying, but I always had your back. You know that.
Go ahead. Pull it out.
I'm saying I always had your back.
Go ahead.
Throughout the years.
I don't know what you're talking
It's
about.
not a bad thing.
Help me out. Wait, what? Other than coming on the show, which helped you out?
No, you're talking about when you stayed in the hotel, waited 30 hours, and I helped you.
I waited 6 hours. Yeah. What do you?
I'm just saying. We always helped each other, and then you fucking came at me for no reason.
No. Call me a bitch.
That's such a fucking little insult that you got sensitive about.
Here's the thing.
So when Dana calls you way worse than me, do you cry?
No, I didn't cry then. I hit him back like I hit you back. It was great.
Wasn't bad. I didn't see the Dana. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a tough one.
Anyway,
the Patty one,
we
I
have
don't
to go.
He's a fucking movie. So.
All right, fine. I hope you get to fight him.
Oh, it'd be easy. I'm still young. Yeah, like I'm not okay.
How old are you?
29. I'm in my prime yet.
Okay. When do you hit your prime?
30.
So to recap, 4 fights in 2023.
Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I haven't fought for years. I'm still the biggest.
You got time to you got to.
Why are you against me? Like you don't want me to? You don't want to see me?
I'm recapping what you said.
So you don't want to see me with these big fights?
I didn't say that. I want to see you fight.
Okay, I've been injured.
By the way,
what do you want me to fucking goddamn get my knee and fucking push it back in?
It's a long ass time off.
2 fucking knee surgeries, major knee surgeries. That one failed. How long was Dominic Cruz out? He had not even close to what I had.
Right.
How long was he out?
UFC champion.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone being hurt. Like he's dealt with that. And he didn't have. My knee was fully reconstructed.
He also wasn't insulting people throughout the entire time. So that feels there's like a want. There's like a want.
It's like the same thing. You're a journalist.
All right. I feel like I'm losing all my viewers here. We're just going in circles.
Oh no, they love it. Trust me, because I'm putting you in your place.
What putting me in my place? Gosh. By the way, it's a sad state of affairs when you're trying to pick a fight with a journalist.
I'm not picking a fight.
Yes,
with
you are. You said, "Let's spar for $1 million.
Yeah,
let's do this.
Let's do that." Because you talk a big game. So you've been in this sport longer than I have. When I was growing up, I used to watch you on the fucking.
I know.
Shit. So yeah. So you tell me you never had a fight.
Which picture did you have of me on your wall again? You said you had a picture of me.
It was the one of you and OJ.
Yeah. Was it the one that you asked me to sign outside the hotel?
Oh yeah.
In Dublin.
It was a picture of your nose.
Yeah.
I can't go too hard on you because you're just like getting emotional.
No, I know. I remember the first time you came up and you're like, "Man, I used to watch you when I was in high school.
Yeah, I did.
Cut from class and stuff like that."
I'll admit it.
Honor for me.
You
and I was like,
though.
"And your name is Dylan?"
No, come on, stop it.
Good luck, January 14th. This was good. I think we sold.
I think this is good.
3 pay-per-views.
Here, motherfucker.
Joe's gonna walk you out.
Are we gonna shake hands or no?
Nah. I mean, if you want to, I can, but
no, you can't pull back because you're the one who went first. So.
Yeah, fine. If you want that to be your big victory, go ahead.
I'm not. I'm saying. I said.
Don't forget.
We had to talk first.
Don't forget who had your back during all this shit, and you turned your back on the one guy who always had your back.
Stop. But that's the same thing for you.
What? Yeah. I don't need your support. You need mine. That's the difference.
No, it isn't. When you have the fucking.
We beg to differ.
Nah, fuck me.
Have
a good one, buddy.
Take care, man. There he is, Dylan Dennis, January 14th, KSI, DAZN. It was a 3-finger handshake, so it doesn't technically count. Oh, you gotta love it.
Leg 9-1 is checked.
Gifted members.
Three things airlines don't want you to know. If the crew uses the following code word, you're in serious trouble. Prepare yourself if you hear code 7500 because this means the plane is about to be hijacked.
Oh, Bobby, you're back at it again. Just to clarify, Bobby, just so I understand everything, what you're saying is some masked men have taken over the cabin area of the plane. They're running around with guns and masks on and screaming and all that stuff. And then they're kicking at the door to get up on the flight deck. And obviously, in this case, I'm just a passenger. But I should anticipate or expect that these are just angry flight attendants getting ready to do beverage service, not any type of terrorist. I should be waiting for an announcement to be made over the public announcement system or the PA. I should be waiting for that announcement to say 7,500, and then I know that these are terrorists trying to take over the plane, just so I understand exactly what you're saying here. Is that right? And then, of course, what about the scenario where I'm the pilot? So I'm up there, and these guys are kicking the door in, and they have knives or guns or who knows what, and they have masks on, they're screaming all kinds of things at me. But what I'm going to do is wait for them to actually breach the cockpit door and get onto the flight deck, and then when that happens, that no passengers have tackled them or done anything, right? They breached up and got on the flight deck, and then I'm just going to make an announcement to the passengers and say 7,500, and that's going to let them know that the flight deck has now been taken over by terrorists. Does that sound right?
That boy ain't right.
You don't often hear me talk about anything regarding terrorism and things like that because there's a lot of information that airline pilots are given that is not made for the general public, as you can imagine why they wouldn't want to share that information. So I'm always nervous about talking about these types of things because I don't want to say something that then I end up in trouble with anybody. I'm 99% sure though that this is not one that's going to get me in trouble. However, if after this video you don't see me flying anymore, you're going to know why, and you guys can all blame Bobby. Anyway, there is a code 7500 that is a real thing. However, it is not made over an announcement. There is no announcement of 7500 that you'll ever hear as a passenger. You as a passenger will know the people beating down the door that have guns and knives. Those are the terrorists. You don't need an announcement for that. And then there is something called a transponder on our aircraft. That transponder, we have a random set of numbers that we get anytime we fly as an airline. As an airliner, we're flying on a specific route. We're given a specific number. Air traffic control uses that number to correlate with our aircraft and track us and do a bunch of other stuff. That random number that's in there, that transponder, is never 7500, but in the event that our aircraft was hijacked, we would change that random number that they give us to say 7500. That's where that 7500 code comes from. There's also a 7600, which is you've lost all radio communications, and you'll transmit 7600. That lets them know that you may be able to hear, but you're not able to transmit, or that you just lost all radio communications. That lets them know what's going on with your aircraft. And then there's another code, 7700, which says we have an emergency. So let's say, you know, your engines have exploded, you would put in 7700 if you had time, or something that is of extreme emergency, you would put in 7700. So there are 3 codes that you would put in your transponder in the event that something bad has gone wrong. And those are the 3 codes that you would need to know. However, you're never going to hear a pilot make an announcement of 7500. So if you see people trying to take down the door to get onto the flight deck, I would just go ahead and tackle them because you obviously know what's going to happen next. I'm doing a new thing on this TikTok roast where I give the TikTokers a rating out of 10. I figure since you're making up arbitrary misinformation, I can just make up arbitrary rate numbers and give them to you. And in this one, Bobby, you get a 2 out of 10. 2 because you know there's such a thing as a code for hijacking, and then 2 out of 10 because you literally know nothing else about aviation, but you continue to make videos anyways.
Secret's flight attendants never tell passengers. Even if you ask for regular coffee, they'll give you decaf, because they prefer you to sleep during the flights because it means less work for them. The water used for tea and coffee isn't the cleanest. It's the same as the water used for toilets, as it's pumped from tanks that have probably never been cleaned. Locking yourself in the bathroom often isn't the best idea, because it's possible to open them from the outside, and if you're found to be suspicious of anything unusual, you'll be taken to the police when you land. Oxygen masks don't provide as much air as you would think. They only provide 15 to 20 minutes, which is just enough time for the plane to land.
I see these TikTokers that they make this one video, it does really well, and then I see 10 or 15 other people take that exact same misinformation that they share and they spread it around. And then everybody's saying the same thing, and you saw the same thing with the seat belts. As soon as I made a video talking about the seat belts and how you should put your legs up until your face can smash into your knee, a million other people were sharing the exact same information, and the same thing is going on with the water and some of these other things that I hear people say something, and then they make one video about it, and I don't even know where they get the misinformation, and then the next thing I know, somebody else is making a video about the exact same information that's also incorrect. Do flight attendants give you decaf coffee when you ask for coffee? No. There is a packet of decaf coffee, and it's like an instant packet, but the regular coffee that I've seen them make is always regular coffee. Now, has it happened in the past that they gave decaf coffee to somebody? Probably, but it's just not the norm. In my experience, I've never been a flight attendant, but I've never seen that scam that this person is making it sound like the flight attendants are trying to give everybody decaf so you'll go to sleep, because people are going to know the difference. And then he says this part.
The water used for tea and coffee isn't the cleanest. It's the same as the water used for toilets, as it's pumped from tanks that have probably never been cleaned.
This is completely wrong. The water, or things that we use for the toilet, is a blue juice. We call it blue juice. That's the slang for it, is blue juice. So if you're ever sitting on a plane and the flight attendant were to bring you a cup of water and it was blue and it was Stella, you could say, Stella, I've seen Kelsey's TikTok video and that is blue juice and not water. That is the water that we use for the toilet. It's called blue juice. Regular water comes from a tank. They are not the same thing. Now, I don't work for the Environmental Protection Agency, but they monitor and they regulate how often those tanks are cleaned and tested and all that stuff. Now, how often does that happen? I honestly don't know. I looked it up and there's like a bunch of different rules of when and how often, and that's something that the maintenance side of airlines take care of. I don't know those rules, but I will tell you this. The pilots are drinking coffee all the time when we get on the plane. It's you can imagine if all the pilots are drinking coffee and we're getting on a flight, and now we all have some type of something going on with our guts and we're throwing up while we're on a flight, that would be kind of a problem. So there is not a very high risk that you're going to drink coffee or drink water and then you're going to feel terrible. Now, does it taste the same as bottled water? No, it doesn't taste the same. Do I typically drink bottled water on the plane? Yes, I do, because I prefer the taste of that. But like I said, a lot of times when pilots show up to the plane, they want a cup of coffee, and the coffee comes from that water that everyone's talking about is the same as the toilet water. Not true. But I really liked when he said this about the bathrooms.
Locking yourself in the bathroom often isn't the best idea, because it's possible to open them from the outside.
I don't know about you, but when I'm on a plane, I don't like people to walk in while I'm going to the bathroom, so when you go to the bathroom, lock yourself in the bathroom. That's the right way to do it. There's even a sign saying you should lock the door. That's how you turn the lights on inside the bathroom. So besides needing to lock the door in order to turn on the lights, you also, if you're in there, unless you're into having people walk into you while you're going to the bathroom, Luke, maybe that's your thing, I don't know. But if you don't want people to walk in while you're going to the bathroom, you're going to want to lock yourself in the bathroom, okay? And then on the wall, next to where you're going to the bathroom, there's a button. You hit this button during a medical emergency, and then the flight attendants will come and see what's going on and probably start by knocking on the door. Then if you don't respond and you hit that button, then they know there's probably something wrong, and then they will unlock the bathroom door and get you out. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, check out this part here.
If you're found to be suspicious of anything unusual, you'll be taken to the police when you land. Oxygen masks don't provide as much air as you would think. They only provide 15 to 20 minutes, which is just enough time for the plane to land.
So really simply, the easiest way to not get arrested when you get on your flight is don't be doing something shady and don't be a jerk to your crew. Pretty simple. That's it. If you don't be shady and don't be a jerk, simple, no problems. It'll be so easy. And then the part about the O2 mask, well, that's just completely wrong. It is true that it is about 15 to 20 minutes. That is accurate. The thing is you don't need to land in that 15 or 20 minutes. That's not how it works. In the event that your plane was to depressurize, your mask will come down. You're going to need to pull on that because there's a little pin up there. You need to pull on that, which the flight attendants tell you at the beginning of every flight. If you watch, you'll see them do this little motion to show that they're jerking on that cord. You're going to want to pull on that cord because it's going to release a pin. It's going to let the oxygen go into your mask. What the pilots are going to be doing at that point is racing to get down to 10,000 feet. At 10,000 feet, you can breathe fine, totally normal. So, if something happens and you are in a situation where your oxygen mask comes down, don't be freaking out if you're not on the ground in 15 minutes, because all the pilots are trying to do is get to 10,000 feet or lower. At that altitude, you can breathe totally fine. So Luke, the only factual information that you gave in this video is that you can unlock the bathroom from the outside, which is really not anything that I want to have happen to me while I'm going to the bathroom. So I'm going to give you a 0 out of 10 because I'm not looking to be going to the bathroom and have people walking in while I'm in there.
This is how to survive a plane crash. Make sure you wear long sleeves and long pants before going on a plane. So when it crashes and there's fire, you won't get burned as bad. Because when you crash and you survive, you're going to want to run from it before the plane explodes. When you are on the plane, memorize the exits. And when the plane starts, don't fall asleep immediately. You will want to be awake the whole time, even if it's a 20-hour plane ride, just in case anything happens so you can survive it. Now, when the plane is crashing, stay calm and smile. It will spread positivity to everyone there. Because what's the point of freaking out? You have no control over it. Make sure to know how to put your oxygen mask on and put it on. Don't try to get your bag, but make sure you are filming this so you can post it on TikTok and go viral. Save this for later so you can watch it when your plane is crashing. Follow for more tips and follow my Instagram.
This video is really weird to me because she says a lot of factual information, but she says it in a way that seems like it's fake. I don't even know how you do that, but just the way that she delivers the information, it just seems like it's fake. So to cover the things that she said that were accurate, wearing jeans would be a smart idea, shoes and not flip-flops or something would be a smart idea, a long sleeve shirt, sure, why not?
Halfway.
The truth is, if you're in an accident and anything that's protecting your skin is going to help and make you be more safe, so that is all true, even though somehow the way she said it sounded like it was not true. Now, after all that good stuff she said, she went into TikTok land with this part right here.
You will want to be awake the whole time, even if it's a 20-hour plane ride.
It was a really good start, but the reality is that any flight over 12 hours, you're going to have 4 pilots. Those pilots are going to be swapping. So you might have some pilots up there for the first 6 hours, and other pilots up there for the last 6 hours, and then they're all going to be up there for takeoff and landing. Something like that. And during those 6 hours, when the pilots are on break, they'll be doing things like sleeping, watching a movie, resting, walking around. They could be working out. People could be, I don't know, practicing their TikTok dances so they can go viral on TikTok. Maybe some pilot has a couple dances where they're doing the Renegade and they just left them in their drafts because they weren't really good. I mean, anything can happen. During your break, you can do whatever you want, and that includes sleeping. So if you're tired, you go to sleep, and that would be the safest thing to do, because when you go to land, the more alert you are, you're going to be able to think more clearly and make more logical decisions than if you've been awake for the last 24 hours. The other thing is that they're talking about a 20-hour flight. I don't know any flight that's been 20 hours. I think the longest is less than 18 hours. I've done one around 16 hours. It was very long. I was really ready to get off the flight. So there are no 20-hour flights that I know of, at least not on a commercial airline. It does happen in the military, they will do them, but on your typical commercial airline, I think the longest is just under 18 hours. If you're there, be awake for takeoff, be awake for landing, and everything in the middle, go to sleep. Because the reality is that anything that happens in there and there's an emergency, you're going to know before you get on the ground. It'll get you time to get ready, get prepared, listen to what the flight attendants are going to tell you. There's no reason to stay awake during that time and panic. I wouldn't be panicking. I go to sleep every time if I'm on a long flight like that. And for any of you that end up sitting next to me on a flight, please never do this.
Now when the plane is crashing, stay calm and smile.
If my plane is crashing and in some type of emergency and I look over next to you and I see some type of creepy smile like this happening, I'm probably going to end up punching you in the face. I would like to think that I'm a better person than that, but if I saw you making that creepy smiley face, I would think that you were involved in somehow the emergency that was going on, and my only thought would be, I'm going to punch you because I don't know what you're doing to make this happen. So don't ever do that to me. So far, this girl's actually given a bunch of good information mixed in with some bad and wrong information, but still, she gave some actual, factual, useful information to you as a passenger. So I'll give her 5 out of 10.
Why are no commercial planes allowed to carry parachutes? Obviously, we got airlines. When you get on a plane and then you're taxiing to the runway, these guys stand up right in front of you. Start doing crazy hand signals, and if you're not listening, then you won't know what they're doing. So if you're deaf, then it's a sticky one. What they're basically doing is briefing you on what you got to do to keep safe. Say if there's a fire on board, or you need to do an emergency landing in the sea or whatever. These guys will show you the safest way to keep safe.
We're only halfway through this guy's TikTok, but so far he's saying some very factual information. The truth is that when your flight attendants are up there and they're making these different crazy hand signals, as he says, they're teaching you to do things like put on and take off your seatbelt, how to use an oxygen mask, and if a C student like me can figure out how to do those things, I'm sure just about everybody can. Really, there's no crazy hand signals, just listen to what they're saying and watch them. That seems pretty easy. So on this first part of this video, I'll give him a 7 out of 10 because he's correct. If you listen to your flight attendants in an emergency and you follow their instructions, that's probably going to be your safest bet to safely get off that aircraft in an emergency. But then there was this part right here.
Obviously, we got airlines.
I'm not really even sure what value that adds to his video. There are things called airplanes. People get on them. The people who fly those people are called airlines. I don't really understand the purpose of what he's stating. Anyway, let's see the second part.
A lot of people would have thought, yo, if we got parachutes, then surely we'll be safe. You could just jump out the plane, pull our parachute, and then float to the ground. You see, if you use your head, then it's not actually that simple. First things first, when you're in a plane like that, you'll be traveling at high speeds. Obviously, it'll be very hard to open the door. Even when you open the door, all the pressure will be gone and then you won't be able to breathe. Secondly, if you jump out of the plane, then you're most likely to go into the engine, and you can guess what would happen after that. Finally, this world isn't really full of the brightest people.
Is that how it works? You just take a bunch of fully untrained people, you just put a parachute to them and you just shoot them out the plane and they're going to be fine? In my last Twitter video that I did, I talked about a Karen cannon, which basically ejects passengers and shoots them off the plane. Now, I didn't come up with the name Karen Cannon. Whoever did was a genius. I love it. I've been talking about it with my friends. But the Karen cannon was talking about shooting people off the passengers that were misbehaving. That would make more sense in this situation if you wanted to eject people off the plane, because there's a few problems with your concept here. One, in order to open the door, the plane has to be depressurized. So you can't just open a door in flight. It's pressurized. You don't have the power or strength to do that. I'm just going to let you know right now. But in order to open the door, the plane would be depressurized, which means you would already not be able to breathe. So you're reading it in reverse order. You would need to depressurize the plane and then open the door, which means you'd not be able to breathe and then you'd be able to open the door.
Obviously, it'll be very hard to open the door. Even when you open the door, all the pressure will be gone and then you won't be able to breathe.
So if you're ever in a situation where you're in a plane and you can't breathe now because the plane has been fully depressurized, and then you wanted to go open the door, you could. Would not recommend it, but you could. And then he says this part, this little golden nugget that he bestows on us right here.
Secondly, if you jump out of the plane, then you're most likely to go into the engine, and you can guess what would happen after that.
Most aircraft are going to have 3 different exits. You can have one at the front of the plane, one at the overwing, and one at the aft of the rear section of the plane. What this gentleman is suggesting is that you should go up to the front of the plane and jump out there, because then you're going to get to avoid the engine and the wing. That seems like a very dumb move when you could literally go to the middle of the plane and not have either of those problems, and you could go out on the wing, or you could go to the aft of the plane and then not have either of those issues as well. So I'm not sure why he's suggesting you should jump out of the front of the plane at all. And again, I'm just a C student, so what do I know? But he did get this part right.
Finally, this world isn't really full of the brightest people.
If you want to see some more TikTok roasts, check out this video here. And if you want to see some actual aviation emergencies, check out this video up here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the first side up. TikTok roast.
It's 4 scary things about planes pilots won't tell you.
Coming up. Hey 7-4 crew, welcome back. If you don't know me, my name's Kelsey. I'm a 747 pilot. My channel, 7-4 Gear, is all about aviation. A few weeks ago, I put out a video roasting these TikTokers that were putting out information of what to do in emergencies while you're flying. What's funny is that several other influencers started picking up that content and just straight regurgitating it without doing any research of their own. And then I noticed in the comment section there, you all that watched my video started roasting them about how incorrect they were. That was funny. However, based on the amount of views that those TikTokers' video originally got, I think it's pretty safe to say that there's going to be some people, if they are ever in a plane crash, that will be dragging themselves out by their hands because their legs are broken, the teeth are in the back of their throat, and they have a projectile in their head. Luckily, that won't be you. If you see a TikToker saying dumb things or you don't know if it's dumb, just tag me in the comments or send it to my Instagram and maybe it'll be on here. Let's get into it.
Are planes with 4 engines safer than those with 2?
Yes.
Statistically speaking, yes. If one fails above an ocean, you have more than one backup. However, plane engines nowadays are much safer than they used to be in the 90s. Today, jet engines are so safe that a quad jet has a higher chance of a failure than a twin jet.
So this is coming from the genius who earlier told you to descend to 4,000 feet into a mountain and then use your cell phone to call for help. So he's taken the fact that these engines are more reliable now than they used to be, which is true, and spun it around to make it something that's scary. The technological advances they've made over the last 20 and 30 years in aviation, the research and development they've done have made planes and engines significantly safer than they used to be. So that part of his video is true. But then he says this.
That a quad jet has a higher chance of a failure than a twin jet.
First, if you don't want to sound stupid, don't ever call that plane a quad jet. Nobody calls it a quad jet. They do call it a twin engine plane, a 2-engine plane. They will call it a twin. But you will never hear a 4-engine plane called a quad jet by anybody. And then he says you have a higher likelihood of having engine failure on a quad jet than a twin-engine aircraft. That's like saying you have a higher likelihood of having a flat tire when you're driving a car versus a motorcycle because you have 4 tires. Or saying you have a higher likelihood of losing a game when you play 4 instead of 2 if you're playing 4. So yeah, the likelihood of losing your engine is higher because there are more engines. So he's taking this fact and spinning it around in a way to confuse people to make it seem like this scary likelihood of something happening because you have 4 engines instead of 2. It makes no sense. A 747 flies fine on just 3 engines. It's really not a big deal. And even a 2-engine jet or a twin jet can fly fine on 1 engine. There's all kinds of safety protocols when you're crossing the ocean that they have to follow that we don't because we have 4 engines. So if we lose an engine while we're crossing the ocean, it's not a big deal. If they lose an engine, they have a certain route that they're following to make sure that they're close enough to be able to land at an airport. So there's different protocols they have when they only have 2 engines. So the scenario that he's saying, okay, you got 4 engines and you have a higher likelihood of having an engine failure is really just to induce fear because people think losing an engine is this big, big problem. It's not. We train for it all the time. So the only useful part of his video is the part where he says that there's been an advancement in the safety of these engines since the 90s. That part is true. So you may wonder, why would a person spend so much effort spreading false and incorrect information and things like that to scare people? Maybe it's because that he's trying to make an account big enough to sell it for $2,000 so he can get paid, and he doesn't care if anybody's scared or freaked out about aviation as a result of it.
It's 4 scary things about planes pilots won't tell you. Between 43 and 54% of pilots have admitted to falling asleep at the controls. 33% of them then stated that they woke up to find their co-pilot asleep too. Some airlines are flying with less than recommended fuel levels in an effort to save money. And finally, passengers who sit more than 5 rows from an exit have greatly reduced chances from evacuating a plane during an emergency.
When he says this part, I was like, what?
Between 43 and 54% of pilots have admitted to falling asleep at the controls.
I've seen it mentioned in the past about pilots falling asleep. And while there are a few cases that have been reported of pilots falling asleep and
Much
both pilots falling asleep,
appreciated.
it's
Thank
pretty
you for
rare.
the follow.
But then when they're mentioning this survey, I'm thinking, I've never gotten a survey of any kind about this. So I decided to do what these TikTokers don't do and do some research. Here's what I found out.
More than
The
halfway.
pilot union sent out a survey to 500 pilots after their country had passed a law basically allowing for an extremely long workday for pilots. So now if you're only surveying 500
Mach
pilots,
2 right
that's
now.
a very small group. I don't know if these people were hand selected, but it is possible. Having a union in charge of doing a survey of a small group of possibly hand selected pilots when they're trying to prove their point about long workdays clearly doesn't make it into Bobby's TikTok video. It's very easy to skew survey numbers when you pick from a very small group. To answer the question now, if the pilots fall asleep or go to sleep when they're flying, the answer is yes. It depends on the country though. Different countries have different rules of what you can do and when you can sleep. What I've heard over the years, especially when you're doing a long haul flight over the ocean at night, there's nobody to talk to for hours and hours, and everything is very separated and regulated on speed and things like that. So there's really nobody to talk to or nothing to do for hours. So in that scenario, you might have one pilot say to the other pilot,
Oh yeah,
hey,
we're more
I'm
than
tired. Can you give me
halfway.
20 minutes. Then that lets the other pilot know, hey, I need to stay awake no matter what. And the other pilot will catch 20 minutes, a power nap. Anybody who's had a power nap knows you can feel super refreshed afterward. Now again, different countries are different. Some allow that, some don't. But there is a possibility that that guy falls asleep, yes. And is it possible the other person falls asleep? It is possible. But typically in that scenario where you tell the other guy, I need 20 minutes, you can muster it up to stay awake for 20 minutes knowing that the other person is asleep. So is there a lot of plane crashes that's been going on because both pilots have fallen asleep? No. So when I'm in the back riding as a passenger over a long flight over the ocean, am I ever thinking, I wonder if those guys are sleeping up there? No, that doesn't concern me at all. What would concern me is what he says here.
Some airlines are flying with less than recommended fuel levels in an effort to save money.
It would only concern me though if it was true, which it's not. Again, Bobby failed to do his homework.
Dang it, Bobby.
Here is the thing. Every country has rules that's mandated by their country as far as for what the fuel requirements are. There is no recommendation. There's a legal requirement that every airline is required to have flying somewhere. Now the rules are different depending on the type of flying they're doing. If you're doing a long flight across the ocean to a different country and blah, 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 there are requirements. If you're doing a domestic flight, there are requirements. If you're doing a flight in a plane without the passengers and it's just you in there and it's the middle of the daytime, there are different requirements. So there are a lot of different requirements we're not going to get into. But there is a requirement legally that you're required to do. It's not a recommendation. And the other thing to keep in mind is that the pilots, like me, when we have all the information on what the weather, where we're going, what the winds are going to be, all that information, then we have the right and the ability to say we need more gas. So at the end of the day, the pilots make the decision and realize that you as a passenger that are riding back there, the pilots are there with you. We don't have ejection seats. There are no parachutes for us. So as we get on the plane and we know, hey, we're going to fly to this place, we know that we're going to need enough gas to get there, time to wait, maybe some weather needs to go, or maybe we need to go to a different airport. We're planning and thinking about all those things. So there is a requirement that you're legally required to have, and it's true. If you were to haul around a bunch of extra gas unnecessarily, it is a waste, and the airlines will not let you haul an unlimited amount of gas across the ocean if you don't need it, because it's a huge waste of money. But there is no just recommendation. There's a legal requirement which you're required to have. So this whole thing about flying below that is not legal and would never happen. Have pilots taken too little gas and ran out of gas? We call it fuel starvation. Has that occurred? Absolutely. But typically it doesn't happen with your airliners. So me as an airline pilot, when I'm factoring in how much fuel I'm going to take, I'm not factoring in cost. Typically, in my experience, when I've seen planes run out of gas, besides some crazy malfunction or something like that, when I've seen planes run out of gas, it's typically because those people involved are also involved in the cost of things. They're trying to keep as much money in their pocket as they can. As an airline pilot, that doesn't factor in at all. We don't ever think, okay, I don't want to take too much gas because this is going to come out of my pocketbook. All we care about is safety. We want to get there safely, and that's all we're concerned about. And it's set up like that as a reason. The airline's never going to say to you, no, you can't do that, that's not safe, unless you were doing something ridiculous. Saying like, I want to fly there, and then once I get there, I want to have an extra 5 hours of gas once I get there. They're not going to do that. But they don't care if you want to take a little bit of extra gas, more than they originally allocated to you, as long as you can justify your reasoning behind it. They don't care. Now let's talk about this last thing that he said.
The passengers who sit more than 5 rows from an exit have greatly reduced chances from evacuating a plane during an emergency.
I get the logic about wanting to sit next to an extra row. The thing that most people don't know is that manufacturers are required to show that they can get everyone off, including the crew, off of a plane in 90 seconds. Now granted, these people are trained to do this, so they're not grabbing their overhead bags, picking up their backpack. These people are trained in getting off a plane as quickly as possible. But 90 seconds is very fast. Now I realize I don't look as reliable of a source of factual information because I haven't figured out this overlay where these heart emojis fly around my head, but let me pull up this piece of information from the FAA website. This is straight off the FAA. The operator must show that the aircraft, emergency equipment, and emergency procedures allow the evacuation of the aircraft at full seating capacity, including crew members, in 90 seconds or less. Again, I'm sure these are trained people and they're getting off the plane in 90 seconds. It will be slower with a bunch of untrained people. I agree. But really, the only thought you should be having when you're getting onto a plane and you're picking your seat, the only thought you should have is, do I want to sit next to the window so I can take pictures out the window for the gram, or do I want to sit in the aisle so I can get up and go pee whenever I want? Those are the only two things that I factor in when I'm choosing my seat. So if it works for me, it'll probably work for you.
Here's the only way to survive a plane crash. When booking your flight, try to get a seat in the exit row or within 5 seats from it. People in those seats have the highest survival rates. Wear pants and a long sleeve shirt made of non-flammable material like cotton or denim, and sturdy shoes. You want clothes that don't restrict movement but also protect you against flames and flying debris. Bring a smoke hood or a wet cloth in a plastic bag. Most people survive impact but die of smoke inhalation. If you don't have these, breathe through your clothes. When boarding the plane, count the seats between you and the nearest front
That's
and
like
rear
3 to 4
emergency
checked.
exit. So if it gets smoky, you could feel your way to safety. When instructed, brace yourself by putting your feet on the ground, crossing your arms on the seat in front of you, and lowering your head. Remain that way until you come to a complete stop, then by crouching so you still get some air, leave the plane and get away as far as possible.
So finally someone that had some logical things to say. And there was one thing on here though that was maybe the weirdest thing I've heard so far of all of these videos. And that's this.
Bring a smoke hood or a wet cloth in a plastic bag.
We're almost there.
If you're gonna fly around and be so scared about the potential risk of being in a crash that you're gonna fly around with a smoke hood or a plastic bag that you can put water in the event and all that stuff that he was talking about, that's just crazy. That would be like if you had a Jaws of Life that you kept in your car that had an adapter for your cigarette lighter, that you could use that for power in the event that you were in a car crash but still alive, that you could use the Jaws of Life to get yourself out. That would be the equivalent of that. It makes no sense. You have a very limited amount of space that you can carry. Obviously, there's restrictions now on how heavy your bag can be and how big your bag can be if you're carrying it on. Don't waste the space with something like a smoke hood for the event that you could be in a plane crash. That's a waste. Because if you are in a plane crash, you're not going to have time to be getting up into the overhead, getting your smoke hood out, and if you have a smoke hood out in your lap through the whole flight, people are going to think you're a total weirdo. But I did like the part here where he talks about the shoes.
And sturdy shoes. You want clothes that don't restrict movement but also protect you against flames and flying debris.
If you want to be safe, and this is something that if you really are concerned about being safe, the best thing you can do is wear some sturdy shoes and always wear them through takeoff and landing. You always want to wear those shoes because if you do have to get off the plane, let's say an engine explodes on the takeoff roll, which has happened. Engine explodes. That means there's engine all over the runway there. And you're going to maybe get out if there's fire or things like that. You're going to get off of that plane on the runway. And there's going to be stuff and debris all over the place. So you're going to want to exit that aircraft quickly. And you're not going to want to be stepping on hot pieces of metal or who knows what out there when you're jumping off the wing or sliding off the slide. You're not going to want to be jumping on the thing. So the amount of people that I see when they get on the planes and before the plane is even pushed back, before the doors even close, have taken their shoes and socks off and are disgustingly sitting there with their bare feet next to me, I'm thinking, that is the worst idea I've ever seen. You don't necessarily need these pilgrim shoes that they're showing right here, but if you want to be safe, keep your shoes on until we at least get to the cruise portion of the flight. So if you want to be safe, leave your shoes and socks on the entire flight. I do, so you can do it as well. And if you are going to take your shoes off, at least be wearing socks. The amount of hairy men's feet that I've seen is way more than I've ever wanted to see. Frank, this isn't OnlyFans. Nobody wants to see your feet. I've had people sending me this type of clip for years. And someone even told me that
you know
one
what
of the
I
manufacturers had a
forgot?
patent on it. But
Set up
there's a big
Streamlabs
flaw in
for
it.
follows.
One, I'm guessing the only
I am
people that
so
are able
sorry.
to
Let me do
eject
that
these
right now.
passengers are the pilots. So at the same time that we're ejecting you, we are also killing ourselves. Because the plane now is going to be totally messed up on the weight and the balance. And while you as a passenger are falling into hopefully an unpopulated area, we're now into a crazy emergency tumble and hoping that we don't hit a city with these jet wings that are now full of fuel and possibly on fire. If you would consider the amount of weight that would be added to make this even remotely possible, it would reduce the amount of bags, reduce the amount of passengers to be taken, and it's just not very likely. It also doesn't factor in the possibility of a malfunction. So there you are in your seat, reclined back 1 or 2 inches as you're cruising across the ocean. And then there's a malfunction. And now your plane shoots off. You see the rest of the plane fly off, and there you are floating down in the middle of the sea over the Atlantic in the middle of December, and you're thinking, oh, this is great. So now there's this malfunction. Your plane's flying fine, but now you've been ejected from your plane. So now the pilots are dead, and you're sitting in the middle of the ocean in rough weather, waiting for a rescue ship to come and get you. No. Now parachutes are practical on small single engine, maybe 2 or 4-seater aircraft. Something like that, I can see parachutes are a practical thing. But for something like this on a commercial airliner, it's just not very practical. I wouldn't want to be there riding in the back thinking, okay, I hope something doesn't happen where I get ejected, because that would honestly make me more nervous than being in the middle of the ocean and having an engine failure. That would make me nervous, but not nearly as bad as the possibility of a malfunction where I get ejected from the plane. That would make me a lot more nervous. So someone with my limited brain capacity can pick apart all these different problems. I can only imagine what an engineer with a big brain can do to see all the potential problems that I didn't even consider. If you want to see me roasting some of the original TikTokers that told people how to survive a plane crash, check out this video here. And if you want to see some pilots dealing with air traffic control and having it not go well at all, check out this video up here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
Yeah, it's Streamlabs, okay. All widgets, alert box,
air traffic control versus pilots.
Number 114
Alright,
negative, sir. You can't just walk away from me like that. Well, I got more to talk to you about.
This is for
coming up.
Donation, follows, subscription. Alright.
Hey, 742.
I forgot to set up my FSLabs.
You don't know me? My name's Kelsey. I'm a 747 pilot. My channel 74 here is all about aviation. In this video, we have a pilot that flew straight into a busy airport airspace without permission. And we have a passenger that is probably very thankful they ended up on air traffic control versus pilots and not a vital debrief. Let's get into it.
Look at this tower. This is 114 Foxtrot Alpha.
Alright, there. If you want to refollow me, it should work now.
Number 4 Foxtrot Alpha, runway 25
I believe.
Alpha 2, clear for takeoff. Fly west now. 114 Foxtrot Alpha, fly left now, runway approved.
I'm guessing this pilot is a new pilot, but even though he's a very new pilot, he did one part exactly like a pro, and that's this part right here. Okay, jokes aside, the pilot is lacking a little bit of confidence, which is fine. Every new pilot, myself included, lacks confidence on the radio. It's something that a lot of people are nervous about, myself included. I don't know why. It doesn't really matter if you're not great on the radio. You just need to be able to communicate where you're at, where you're going, and then write down or notate or repeat back what they tell you to do. So the one thing that he says is you're cleared to take off from Alpha 2, and I just want to show you what they're referring to on that. So it's just something you'll see with the controllers. When you get cleared to take off from the full runway, they'll say runway 25, but if you're getting an intersection takeoff, they'll tell you the intersection that you're getting cleared to take off from. It's just a rule that happens. I just wanted to explain it to you in case you didn't know what was going on. Now the really important thing to understand here is exactly what the pilot read back and what the controller originally said to him. The controller originally told him to go westbound, but the pilot read back, as far as what I can hear, go leftbound. Listen to this.
Clear for takeoff, fly west now. 114 Foxtrot Alpha, fly left now.
If you're a controller, you could very easily make the assumption that he said westbound, even though the pilot read back leftbound. And from the pilot standpoint, I'm guessing he's a newer pilot, he could be
Where's
thinking
the chat?
the guy wants me to go leftbound, because there is something in aviation when you're new, you'll make traffic patterns where you'll do your takeoff and landings, and a lot of new pilots do these, and they have something called left-hand traffic patterns, which means you just take off and just make a bunch of left-hand turns, and then that's basically how you get onto the runway. This is a picture here that the controller would say make left traffic. And that just basically means this pilot's just going to keep turning left and come back around and land, take off, and keep making
Leg
that
4 to 5
pattern.
all looks good.
And that would be a left traffic pattern. Now, while I'm not defending the pilot and not clarifying the situation, I think what he heard was go left, not west. We're saying left-bound, but there really is no left-bound in aviation. There's a westbound and a southbound, but there is no left-bound. There's a left traffic, and that's where this whole thing starts to become a problem. To give you some context of where they're right here in Orlando Executive Airport. And so a pilot taking off on runway 25, which is basically westbound, would be heading in this direction. But if he goes leftbound or south, he's headed straight to this other airport. And this is Orlando International, which is the main airport of Orlando. Now, if you aren't familiar why different runways have different numbers, I'll put a link to the Catch Me If You Can Hollywood versus Reality up here. And if I forget to do that after posting this video, remind me in the comment section. But I explain more about why the different runways have different numbers. You can see from this picture here, if the pilot were to continue flying west, he would just be heading away from everything. But by heading south, he's going to have a very big problem because this airspace is known as Bravo airspace. Typically, your big airports are in a Category B airspace, which is what we call a Bravo airspace. And you need permission to fly into that. Those big airports are typically where your airliners are flying in and out of, and so they don't want to have big airliners coming in and landing because we're moving at a much faster pace and a much faster speed
I don't know.
than a small
Alert
single-engine
box.
aircraft like this. Our landing speed is going to be faster than their top.
Let me try restream.
So mixing those two together make no sense. It's kind of like if you had a school
Test.
bike path going to school right next to a freeway and they were kind of using the same traffic lane. It just wouldn't make sense and there would be a real problem. Same concept. So the controller thinks the pilot's going this way, the pilot thinks he's going this way, and you can see why that's going to be a problem. But listen what happens next.
November 4 Foxtrot Alpha, remain outside the Bravo frequency changes. Actually, November 4 Foxtrot Alpha, looks like you turned south there in the Bravo, sir. I need you to descend immediately at or below 800. I told you to fly westbound. November 4 Foxtrot Alpha, exec tower. Skyhawk 114 Foxtrot Alpha, exec tower. Skyhawk 4 Foxtrot Alpha, exec tower. You are in the Bravo, sir. I need you to exit the Bravo. If you can hear this transmission, ident number 4 Foxtrot Alpha. Alright, November 4 Foxtrot Alpha, exec tower. If you can hear me, sir, I need you to turn left northbound immediately and descend.
There's no
You're
chat.
in the Bravo at 1,600.
November 114 Foxtrot Alpha, 350 change approved.
Number 114 Foxtrot Alpha, negative, sir. You can't just walk away from me like that. Well, I got more to talk to you about.
Now this Category B airspace has a different structure than a lot of different airports. Think of like a wedding cake with the different tiers, but upside down. So as you get closer to the airport, they have the airspace all the way to the ground, but as they get further and further away, there's little shelves or tiers. So that's why the controller is saying, hey, you're at this specific altitude. It's not that you just cross the line. It's not just from the ground to 10,000 feet all the way around. They have different little tiers. So he's able
Chat
to go
box.
underneath the Bravo airspace, but not into the Bravo airspace. And that's why he's replying and telling him about his altitude. That's why he's reminding him about his altitude there. So this pilot turned and flew directly into that airspace, which is obviously not allowed. But this controller, while continuing to radio to get a hold of that pilot, continued to handle all of the planes that were going on in his airspace. I deleted all that because it would have made the video too long. But I just want to show you that this pilot is creating a real situation, and the controller is continuing to try to radio to him while juggling all of his normal traffic, because he thought that guy was going to be leading his airspace. Traffic. At the very beginning, he said frequency change, he was going to switch him over. Frequency change approved is what he was going to say.
No, that's not what I wanted.
Listen right here.
Number 4 Foxtrot
Look at my screen. Something looks wrong here. It made like an infinity loop.
That notification.
That pilot would have switched over to another controller, and that controller that you hear
Did you just have
a
traffic warning a second ago? No, I had my TCAS off because of you.
Now you really have to worry about it. He needs to get a hold of
So basically, whenever traffic gets close, that's when you turn your TCAS off.
So he's handling
Yes.
that guy's
Totally,
big
yeah,
problem
yeah.
and his normal traffic. Now, if you aren't familiar with
If you can hear this transmission, I know we're 4 Foxtrot Alpha.
what that means is that if the pilot can hear the controller but can't transmit for whatever reason, his radio isn't working to allow him to go by,
that's what
hit
we're
a button on
smoking
his
today.
plane, and that will show up on the controller's screen.
I'm smoking
The controller
genuine
knows
Joe
that
Biden.
The pilot can hear him, but is not able to transmit.
Let's see the simulator setup, Brandon.
Oh, it's not
Then
live.
the pilot can
Let's see
follow
that
the
simulator
control or
setup.
follow the instructions from the controller.
Okay.
And the controller knows that he's unable to transmit, but he can hear him. So when he tells him this,
Planes have millions of parts in them.
Sir, I need you to turn left northbound immediately.
One on the
telling the
737 that sticks
Streaming
out
to
of
Concorde,
the fuselage.
view on YouTube.
Black circle
You to
there.
turn left
and then
northbound immediately.
telling the pilot's airspace and back towards the
Streaming to Concorde, view on YouTube.
trying to avoid the pilot.
How do I? There's no chat box. Streaming to Concorde, view on YouTube. How do I? There's no chat box.
Real mess because there's a lot of
Streaming to Concorde, view on YouTube.
jumped in and said this.
Chat. How do I video?
Now that transmission from the controller about doing
Chat
was
disabled.
a while ago. So we obviously heard that, or maybe he heard that. He was just trying to hope this situation went away. I think he was confused of where he was at, where he was going. He was left-bound, and then realized, oh, I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. And then, okay, frequency change approved, hoping it just kind of like would go away, and the controller was laughing and saying like, no, it's just not that easy.
So negative, sir. You can't just walk away from me like that. I got more to talk to you about.
All the screens that the controllers have are recorded, and obviously all the transmissions are recorded, just like what you're hearing now. And it's not the first time that a student pilot flew into the wrong airspace.
Why
This
isn't
next part is different than some of the previous videos that I've gone over. Listen to this.
Boeing engineers was to
Airspace.
Why isn't
This part is different than some of the previous videos that I've gone over.
Yes, sir. I understand that.
November 1145 airspace.
Why isn't
November 1145 repeat that again.
Yes, sir. I understand that.
November 1145 airspace. November 1145 repeat that again.
Yes, sir.
November 1145 airspace. November 1145 repeat that again. Everything is all right now, but thank you.
All right. I need you to give me a call here. Where are you headed today?
Lion Air's parent
I'm heading
became
to Brooksville, KB.
Sorry about
Bravo, Kilo.
Now it's set up.
Number 4 Foxtrot Alpha.
Sorry about
Roger.
that noise.
I need you to write down a number when you have a second, okay?
November 114 Foxtrot Alpha. Go ahead.
Yeah, just give us a call. I just want to talk to you and see what happened, because I understand your radio's out, but you took a hard left turn and climbed into that delta. We just need to talk about that, sir, okay? You just get to your destination safe and give us a call so we can just talk about it, all right?
Now, I don't know what the phone call sounded like. This isn't like the Harrison Ford where I have the phone call audio to talk about what happened. But this controller is remaining super calm with everything that's going on. And the pilot, even though he's making an excuse about how this all happened, he's not being a brat about it. There's a big difference. You mess up, and everybody knows pilots are human, just like everybody else. We make mistakes. But he's not being a brat. He's not being entitled. He's just saying, oh,
I'll
this
be right
is the
back,
problem.
like 5
Is that
minutes,
problem?
but
Does that excuse make up for the
we're gonna
mistake that he
continue
made?
flying.
No,
I'm
he's
almost
still gonna
down
have
to
to talk to
descent.
people about it. But he's not being a brat about it, which means his experience when he's talking with the FAA or the controller on the phone is going to be a lot different than when you have a pilot who's acting like a total brat, like you heard in some of the previous videos. Now this guy is in a small plane that's flying pretty slow, and he is going for the last 10 miles, the controller said. So this guy is flying maybe a mile a minute, and you can imagine that if you're flying a mile a minute, it's probably about 10 minutes that this pilot is flying away from the controller into that airspace. So the controller was working on this for a while to get this guy to actually respond to him. Now, if you're the FAA and you get all this documentation of what's going on, which they would get, they would look at everything, they would listen to the audio, they would listen to the pilot, they would listen to the controller, they would evaluate all the information, and the reason they're doing that is to see what caused this situation. What was the reason this happened? Obviously, everything ended out okay. Nobody died, nobody got hurt, no planes almost crashed or anything dramatic, but they want to see what caused the situation so that way they can prevent it from going on. The reality is that the Fed, the FAA, their main thing is to look and evaluate the information so they can prevent things from continuing to happen. They say a lot of aviation lessons are learned in blood. but you can learn from this situation of what caused it and how do we prevent it, because there wasn't a problem, there wasn't a major dramatic outcome that happened, but they can learn from it to prevent it from happening again. And then they'd also listen to the controller and how the controller was interacting with this pilot. And they did something really good that I wish a lot of controllers did when they were dealing with new pilots. And that's this part right here.
So we just need to talk about that, sir, okay? You just get to your destination safe, then give us a call so we can just talk about it, all right?
The controller did an amazing job, in my opinion, keeping calm, because he knows this pilot is going to be rattled. He knows this pilot that is going to realize that he messed something up. Once you get the phone number, you never want to get the phone number. Once you get that phone number, you know that you're going to be rattled. But he's trying to keep this guy calm because he knows that this pilot still is flying to his other airport, Brooksville. He's trying to keep him relaxed. So he doesn't have a problem. Hey man, not a big deal. We're gonna safely get there. Give us a call. We just want to talk about it. He's not doing oh, you're busted, man. You're in a lot of trouble. He's not really amping that pilot up to make him feel stressed out.
Okay, it only works with Twitch and
the pilot's
YouTube.
Gonna be nervous. He knows the pilot's gonna be nervous until he lands. He's trying to keep him as calm as possible with everything that's going on. This is like rule number one of aviation: aviate, navigate, as calm as possible with everything. This guy wasn't doing that. The pilot was so busy focused on what was going on. This is like rule number one of aviation: aviate. He was so focused on that. Forgot that this guy wasn't doing that. The pilot was so busy focused on what was going on. What happened is he actually got confused with the left and west, but either way, he said that the problem was the radio. But remember, aviate, fly the planes first, navigate, where are you going, and then communicate. So the whole thing about talking with air traffic control, you can see if he didn't respond to air traffic control, but was flying west, would have been a lot less of an issue than flying south into that Bravo airspace and saying, oh, I was busy working on my radio. Okay, well that should be the third priority. The second priority is going west, not south. You should have known you should have been going into that airspace. Now the other day there was a 4-man crew. We were flying from Europe somewhere into Miami. And when we were coming in, this 4-man crew, 3 of these pilots heard one thing, and one of the pilots heard another thing. And my rule always when I'm flying is that if not all of us hear the exact same thing, then we're going to call back and clarify.
That works.
And that's something that as a newer pilot I didn't want to do because I felt like, oh, that sounds unprofessional, like you didn't hear it right the first time. But you'll never get in trouble for clarifying. It might annoy your controller, but you'll never get violated for it. Don't be scared to ask for a clarification. We do it all the time. I've heard controllers get annoyed with pilots when we do it, but I don't really care because I can't get in trouble for that. Had this pilot said, confirm you want me to go left, you want me to make a left and just fly south, had that pilot said that, he could have avoided this entire thing. But instead, he assumed that the guy said left-bound, even though that doesn't make sense.
Logo
Had they
maker.
clarified, it would have been not an issue. So if you ever aren't sure, ask. Keep asking until you know what that thing is. I recently had a flight where I was actually leaving the flight deck. I was getting ready to get out and get into rest. My headset was still plugged in. The captain had plugged in and relieved me, and the other first officer was up there, and I had my headset plugged into one of the back radios, and we were over France. And the French controller had a very thick accent when he was talking, and he was giving us a new fix and a new frequency. So neither of them or me could understand what exactly he was saying, what frequency he was saying, and what fix he was saying. So we asked him 3 different times, and all 3 of us were trying to listen to what he was saying to figure out the fix and the frequency that this controller was trying to give us. And we just kept asking until we got the right thing and got it clarified and looked at it on our map, and it made sense. Did the controller get annoyed? I don't really care, because I never got violated and there was never any paperwork to do. Just realize asking 3 or 4 times might take 10 or 15 seconds out of your day, and it might take 10 or 15 seconds out of their day, but it's going to be a lot less work by you getting that clarification than you having to fill out a lot of paperwork for doing something wrong. Now I know this was a long video, but I had a funny one that someone sent to me, so we're going to do that one right now.
Tower United 2304, we just got word from flight attendant. Might have got up on the direction.
Oh, that's a terrible time for that. 2304, cancel takeoff clearance, hold in position, and get them back in their seats.
But they're in the seat, on the right one.
Okay, Korean 026 Heavy. Cross to left, cross to right, turn right on Charles.
This United aircraft was given takeoff clearance, and then when they said that somebody was sitting there, their takeoff clearance was canceled, and that's what the controller was saying, takeoff clearance canceled. So he's saying that, which basically means you're no longer allowed to take off. That's what he's saying right here.
2304 cancel takeoff clear, hold in position and get them back in their seats.
Now the one thing I'm going to say about this, and I'm guilty of it too, but don't go to the bathroom as soon as you get on the plane. Those 20 minutes that you spend like hovering outside your gate and blocking other people that are boarding before you, that whole time that you spend there and then racing down and then get into the line to get onto the plane, that whole time could be spent going to the bathroom right there at the terminal, just a couple feet away. Nice and spacious, plenty of room in there, and you could go spend that time going in there. The plane's not going to leave without you. We're not going to board in 5 minutes. It's just my personal thing, and all the flight attendants are going to love you or just not be annoyed by you from blocking and interrupting the boarding process by fighting upstream or going all the way to the back and using that bathroom and then having to fight all the way upstream and interrupt the whole boarding process. I've boarded over 400 people before on my aircraft, and granted this was a military thing, but we boarded 400 and something people faster than seeing 120 people get on a regular commercial airline, because people are going to the back and going to the front, putting their bag up, getting down, and it just makes the process very slow. So if you go to the bathroom before you get on the plane, it's going to make the boarding process a lot smoother. If you want to see some more air traffic control versus pilot, check out this video here. And if you want to see some pilots who are struggling to fly their plane, check out this video up here. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, side up.
What the fuck?
When you hear a pilot grumpy on the radio say something like this,
Put this on the book. We're going around because of them. Yeah, we're going around.
you might think, why is he so irritated? Let's see how he got there.
Pipeline 12521, just let me know when you guys are getting ready to cross the final for runway 22 left. Traffic's 8 to the northeast, descending out at 3,737.
Okay, I'm continuing, and I'll look at that traffic. I'll let you know when I get close. I'll probably have to pass right beneath it and then head southbound at this altitude, though.
Roger, yeah, just look out for that traffic. They're at your 12 o'clock, 5 miles opposite direction, 3,000, descending 737.
521 looking.
First, we're going to set the scene of exactly what's going on here. This first plane that's talking with air traffic control looks like this. This is a Cessna 172, which is a plane that a lot of new pilots learn on. When you're flying pipeline, and almost a job that I got in West
How's
Texas,
everyone?
but I didn't get it because I didn't have enough flight time at that time, but what you're doing is you're flying along a pipeline. For example, in Texas, you're flying along oil pipeline, and you're looking for leaks.
Have to add
in different
some
parts
fuel.
of the U.S., you
They
might
did
be
not
doing
calculate
things like
it.
flying along power lines and looking
my
for
opinion,
trees that are growing on the power lines.
accurately.
You're doing a bunch of different stuff, but that pipeline flying is you usually building your time because you don't have enough flight time to
You know what, I'm
get a
gonna
job
wing
that you
it.
really want, or go to the airlines, or fly
Say,
for a
hey,
corporate company. So what
it's
you'll do is
supposed to be
you'll fly
accurate.
pipeline, and you're able to build a lot of flight time that way. The quality of the time, though, is not really great. What I mean
So
by that
never
is
nothing.
you're building flight hours, which is good, and you need that experience in order to be able to get hired.
Mach
But
2.
you're flying usually in the daytime, always in the daytime, in clear skies, and you're not really doing anything except just looking out your window to make sure that there's nothing that's down. That doesn't really develop your skills or grow your skills as a pilot generally. So I've seen sometimes where people build a lot of pipeline time. They might have 3,000 hours of pipeline time, but they really struggle if you put them in an environment that requires
The things
ability to
were
fly
already
instruments,
there, that's why.
bad weather, things like that, because it's not something that they have any experience in doing. So this is the arrival in the Midway, which is where this is taking place in Chicago. And in this plane right here, we have a less experienced pilot that's probably trying to build flight time. And something I want to say for all the newer pilots that are watching this, as you watch this video,
not
realize
enough
that every
fuel.
airline pilot and every pilot that's flying a big jet has at one time been a newer pilot with less experience. They've all been there, whether they act like they've been there or not, they have been in this pilot's shoes before with
This
this
is our
amount of
route.
flight time. The traffic that the air traffic controller is referencing is flying in here in the Midway, which I've flown into many times. I should probably say this because I know people are going to mention it. I did not fly in there on a 747, even though I would like to. If we ever go apocalyptical in this world, I will try it. But I used
We're
to fly in there all
almost
the
at
time when I was
60,000
flying
max
business jets.
altitude the
But
Concorde
this is the
can
chart
hit.
for Midway. And you can see there are a lot of runways, but they're very short. All that means
Doubt
when
we're
you're landing
gonna
on a
hit
short runway is that you don't have a lot of time to float down the runway. You've heard me talking about a plane floating before, meaning they're not managing their power correctly. And so when you're landing on a really short runway, a lot of times if you're a passenger, you'll notice it's kind of a stiff landing. And that's because it's very important that you land exactly where you need to land and stopped in time. So a pilot would rather take a harder landing to get the plane stopped than have a nice soft landing and go off the end of the runway. This plane that's coming in is planning to land here on 22 left, and you'll notice this marking right here indicates a displaced
Right leg
threshold.
7 to 8
What that
checks
means
out.
is there's a portion of that 6,445-foot runway that is not usable by the pilots for landing. It can be used for takeoff, but not for landing. So when air traffic control says this,
Apply 12521, just let me know when you guys are getting ready to cross the final for only 22 left.
We're getting close to
8
top
the
of the descent,
northeast,
but we're
descending
not
at
there.
3,737.
he's talking to the Cessna, which we're going to show here with this white plane. And he's telling them that there's some pilots that are coming in a 737 that they're going to be flying an approach. And so he wants to know when this pilot in the white plane wants to cross this section right here. And the pipeline pilot understands and responds and says this.
Okay, I'm continuing, and I'll look at that traffic. I'll let you know when I get close. I'll probably have to pass right beneath it and then head southbound at this altitude, though.
This is where the controller should step in if they felt like there could be a potential conflict. Because what the pipeline pilot is saying is, as we're going to go down there, we'll maintain this altitude, which I think are around 1,200 feet. We'll maintain this altitude here, and
See,
we'll
we're gonna
cross
come
down that
in
way. But what the
and fly
pipeline pilot
towards
will
the
be comfortable
runway.
with, and what an airline pilot will be comfortable with, may not be the same thing.
I didn't do the best
And I
job
sense
at
there's
making
some
the map.
hesitation from the
I did a pretty
controller,
good
but
job.
he says this.
Just look out for that traffic.
Actually, I did do a
at
pretty
your
good job.
12 o'clock, 5 miles up direction, 3,000 descending, 737.
The controller is telling this pilot, I need you to find this other plane in the sky because once you see them visually, I want you to maintain visual separation. That is airline speak or pilot speak for I want you to see that plane and then not hit that plane in the air by being able to keep an eye on it.
So you downloaded 4 times, did it work?
He's going to put the
Nope,
responsibility
didn't
on
work.
that
And I had to
pilot.
get realized it was the ram stick. One of the ram sticks were bad.
Away from that other plane.
I have
You
only
guys
one
talking
ram
about?
That this
stick.
pilot says that I really like is right
I have
here.
only one ram stick.
The reason that I
Could
like
be a
that is
reason.
because when air traffic
Oh my-
control
now I have
tells
to
the
go
pilot,
buy a
yeah,
new
you need to
ram?
find this other plane,
No, he's not
sometimes
saying
your
your
pilot
ram
will
is
say
faulty.
things like, "Oh,
Yeah,
No,
it
yeah,
is.
exactly. No, you don't buy everything. Your whole computer's faulty. Throw it in the garbage can.
By looking outside of your plane, then it doesn't count.
Bro?
So by saying that you can
No,
see
you
it
just
on
have
your
to
screen on
diagnose
your
it. It's
plane,
like
on your display,
Flying
being a
the
doctor,
Concorde.
man.
all
You
the
just
other
go.
planes around
You
that
just got to
means
figure
nothing.
out what's
So
wrong
there's
with
no
your
reason to even say that.
your game.
Unless you can physically see it, it doesn't
Does he have
matter.
Steam
So this
or
pilot,
Xbox
I don't know if they
version?
have that
PC?
where it shows
Okay,
it.
Steam. Okay.
They're saying, okay, we're
Just
looking
verify
outside the plane, we're
files.
looking for this other
No,
aircraft.
no, don't do that.
That is the right response
it says
in that
Do not,
situation.
do not do that. That will
Pilot is
delete
looking
all your
outside,
community
doing
and
what
official
you're doing.
folder.
Yeah, don't.
Well, make sure you do back up. Make sure you back it up. It could be a bad mod he downloaded. It could be anything.
Separation with that traffic.
It could be
I mean,
me.
I downloaded 737, 777, 767.
Yeah,
I mean, I was gonna,
Yeah, delete anything that you recently downloaded.
I deleted. I deleted my whole community folder.
You say you have PMDG?
No, he said he downloaded 3 versions of the 747 by his Sopo.
Probably can get them again.
Considering there is no 777 and there is no
Yeah, I
767
was
from
gonna
Microsoft
say.
Flight yet.
Versus when you're
Yeah,
By the
there
way,
is.
I'm flying the Concorde right
No, what you are referring to, and first of all, stop saying you got it for free because that means you are admitting to pirating.
Whoa.
What you're referring to is a Captain Scam plane, which is a 747 Asobo, with a different skin.
That's true, I have also the Captain Sim plane. There are just, if you go on your FMC, it says it's a 747.
Yeah, it does.
Bullshit, that's a scam
really
shit.
mean anything if they mess up.
And I can tell you, everyone don't buy the Captain Sim shit.
That's essentially what
And stop pirating shit.
So based on the
And especially stop
I
admitting to it,
tested
you
right
idiot.
here and directly facing the
Don't talk
737
about
right
like every
here,
now
and
and
they're 3 miles apart, and they're about to turn
don't talk about it.
final turn to go land on the
This is
runway.
just stupid.
You can already see how this is going to be a
Yeah,
problem.
it'll mess your
Because
game
the
up
landing
too.
phase of flight is a high workload time for the pilot. The pilots are having to get ready to land and do all the normal checks that they're responsible for doing.
Oh.
The first time
One
I
pilot
was
is
buying
fine,
Captain
keeping
Sim,
their
the
eye on a
outside
very
model
short
looks a little
runway,
bit okay, and I
making sure
watched
they
my
maintain their power management correctly, so they're able to
FMC,
land
and what the fuck is the
specifically where they need to
747?
land
Even
so
the
they can
sounds
stop
is
in
the
time.
same.
While
What the
another
fuck?
pilot is probably looking out the window trying to find the other plane, so that way they can
That's
maintain
not
their own
nice.
visual separation from it. So they want to both see each other, so that way that there's no conflict. You can already see how this is going to turn into a problem.
Oh, and also stop up miking, please.
Just remain north of that traffic.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm swinging northeast now.
Steven.
Traffic.
Yeah.
I thought it was me.
We can hear your TV.
391 responding. Get back on
I
course.
thought I was tripping.
Post 391, roger.
Yeah,
So what do I do now?
We'll show you watching over there.
It's able to do left clear land.
Oh, now he actually asked the question for the first time.
Put this on the board. We're going around because of them.
Bruh.
We're going
What do
around.
I do now?
So 391
Buy it.
I don't know why, but I like Google yet. I don't know why I like him.
Pipeline 5, do you want?
Because he's blunt.
Pipeline 521, roger.
Which is kind of needed.
I'm just gonna keep doing my thing over here.
So what the hell
Even
do I
though
do? Go
I
buy
get
an
upset with
extra
them
link?
sometimes.
What happened? You have this
There's a different word for that. It's called being
TCAS,
Dutch.
Traffic collision avoidance system.
Well,
And that system
Americans
basically
aren't
is looking
blunt,
for all the
so
other planes that are around you,
they're
creating a
liars.
bubble.
So
And it looks at the
anyone
trend of what the aircraft
Sorry, I
you're
mean
in
to
is doing,
honest.
lets you judge what's around you. So now this pilot could be in the small plane,
And
could be 1,000 feet below.
It's.
this
I don't
other
mean it
plane.
bad about you,
Going
but
Mach
if
2.
you're speaking
And if,
again
like,
about this
somebody
pirating
was
shit,
flying
then I
in
need to
level
report you
flight,
because
the
I hate
traffic
like this
collision
shit.
avoidance system wouldn't care. But because that plane is
You see my
descending,
route
it's sensing,
tolerance?
okay, this is getting
This is
too
what
close
I
to
made it
comfort.
custom.
Everyone
Now
have
it's
to
going
make money,
alert the
and
pilot and give them what's called
if you're
RA,
pirating products, this is
resolution
shit.
advisory. That is what the
From
pilot is saying
Mexico
at this
to
point without
KSEA.
fully saying it.
Yeah, I spend all my money on.
The full
I
phrase that you
pay.
would say is responding
I've
to
spent
an RA,
thousands,
which is
like no
basically
cap.
meaning you're following the instructions that your plane
No
is
cap,
giving
I
you
like
to
that.
keep you away from other traffic.
You just
honest.
waste
That
money.
Resolution advisory.
Yeah,
yeah,
in a sense, but at least I paid for it.
You could have bought an airplane.
I'm more curious, like, where did you get that tree from that grows your money?
Pilots say this.
Responding. Get back on course.
He is
Wait, you're
telling
talking to
air
me?
traffic control, which is absolutely
Yeah.
the right thing to do.
Good
But
boy.
The amount of money you wasted on flight sim,
now
you must
we're in
have got a
different
tree
situation
somewhere that
than what
grows
we
it.
were
A
planning.
tree? You have a tree?
So it's basically like,
It's a marijuana tree.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah,
No,
guys,
I don't do weed anymore.
We're
It's
following
been
the
like 4
instructions
months.
from our plane, and then he's letting air traffic control know.
So,
hey,
anyone
we're
gonna
not
help
No,
doing what we were
money tree.
originally planning to
Yeah.
No,
do.
we're not going to
Oh,
help you
yeah.
because we don't
Other
know why
things
it is not
because
working.
you put us
From
too
OC.
close to this other aircraft, and we have to follow the instructions of what our plane is telling us to do. As this plane is descending, they're following this path to get down to the runway. But if as they're going down, the plane sees
It's like
this
you're calling
other
the
plane
garage
pop
saying,
up
eh,
here,
my car doesn't
which is
work,
Cessna, it's
without
going to tell the
telling
pilot,
that you just ran out of fuel or
stop
whatever the
descending.
cause is. We don't know what the reason is.
They did exactly the right thing.
That's a good
Stop
point. That's a good
descending.
one.
Follow the
I mean, yeah,
instructions.
seriously, this is
And the
why I like to
controllers
ride
saw
Google.
this coming
It's-
as well. You heard him tell the
I love
Cessna
it.
pilot, make sure you stay north of the plane.
Walk
He
into
saw
a
that
restaurant.
this was
Food,
gonna be a problem.
please.
Listen,
Flight 521, just remain north of that traffic.
so the controller is hoping that
It works in all languages.
north and away from the plane, so that way the
Who was that on
GPS
final? I
would
wanna
be triggered
watch.
and wouldn't tell the pilots to
You say
stay
food?
away from that plane.
English?
Whatever instruction.
Hey,
that-
since you're screaming food.
But you don't want to have the TCAS system from this 737
Water.
this white Cessna down here and think, yeah, you should probably make it. That's not how
You don't
it's
need water?
designed. It just
I
analytically
definitely
looks at
don't.
the information and says, that's too close
He
to
needs
buffer.
it.
So
It sounds like you need a sip of it.
Now then the controller says, if able, land on
Why are
the
you so
left.
emo for a
Because now
sec?
the controller can see these pilots have descended or changed their descent rate, so they're not continuing the descent at the normal
So are you
path to
emo?
get down that runway. Because it's such a short runway, it's going to be a lot harder for them to
10
land
years.
and safely stop. Because
10
when you were
years too
dealing with a runway that's this short, you have to be very precise
I got
in where
this
you
view
land.
on
If you had to
summer day.
balloon up your plane and maintain your altitude and now have to dive back
And
down,
stop
you
singing.
messed up your energy management. Could you catch up and make it work? Yeah, you
So,
absolutely could. And probably
do I go
if you were in
get
a sim
freaking
just
export?
messing around with your friends, you could absolutely land. It wouldn't be any
Explain
problem.
it's a good
However,
simulation
it's definitely
game,
not
so-
ideal to do that. And if something goes
only
wrong
thing what
and
I
you
don't
mess
like
up,
in Explain
come
is
in
just
too
the
fast,
context
or
to it,
land too
ground
long,
graphics.
or have any type of an incident,
I mean,
what would happen
serious.
is they would
I'm-
look over all
I think
everything
that should be
happened,
can make it
and
better.
then they'd look at how you control the plane, the decisions that you make.
What
and
about
they would say
Explain
is,
12?
how would you make that decision?
Yeah,
You'd
this-
rather
I
just
mean,
go back
Explain
up and
12.
burn some extra gas and come back in and
The
safely
context
land,
to, I mean,
not do this.
in the
And that's
age
why
what
I'm
we have
guessing
right
this is
now,
the
I
captain
think this
here.
is bad.
We're going around because of them.
So the Southwest pilot did everything right. I'd say it's definitely subpar for what they're charging you for it.
The next one looks like you can walk out of your plane.
I downloaded DCS. I see why it's expensive. I bought one plane for like $6.
Yeah, but DCS is like a fighting simulation. Like
I don't understand it, so I didn't spend money. I was gonna buy a $60 plane, but I don't understand it, so I don't want to spend my money yet.
I have $500 in the Hornet, and I still don't know some of the systems.
The biggest downside of DCS, I think, is it does not really explain anything. Not how the plane works, well, it depends on the developer, I guess, if it does. But mainly it doesn't explain how the game works. You kind of have to watch YouTube and find people in the community.
When I was a new pilot, I would be that's definitely very true. Because I was just trying to build flight time. But when you're an airline pilot, you no longer really care about the number of hours that you have. You have enough flight time to do the job that you want to be at, so you're not really caring about the hours. You
don't have to fly, you
Midway
don't
is a
have to
big
use
base for Southwest,
systems.
so maybe this pilot is on their final leg after a long trip and they're just ready to go home. And this extra 20 minutes might put them in rush hour traffic. I don't know.
No, not you.
Obviously they're irritated about it. But if you
Who's
are
Tabby?
a pipeline pilot and you're listening to this,
That's you?
you might feel bad. No, the reality is
No, that's me. That's me. No, that's me. That's me, buddy.
You're going on mute really soon.
Yeah.
But now you know if this
Yeah, I'm right here.
you'd rather just stay
It's me.
to the north. That will
You're probably still drinking milk out of your mommy.
18 FPS, 16 FPS.
Us for us to do a go around. You can take an
On
extra
13 FPS, bro, like what?
and then come in right behind. It wouldn't be a big
Ain't no one cares about your
13.
FPS.
did anything potential to create a problem. I don't think they really did anything wrong. They were following the
18 FPS. Bitch, no one gives a shit about your FPS.
Yeah, no one gives a shit about what you say either. Stop talking.
Yeah, this kid just got left home alone now, he's in the swell.
He's at home alone.
Always better just to give it an extra 10 15 seconds and then fly in right behind them.
SMC 157, could you change for the 16 left? I can change 16 left, so 2157.
Is there an
Planning better be good.
inside Microsoft?
No, idiot.
Do the best I can.
People say the Ryzen, it's like the A320 version.
Let me show you. I can go around. Let me go around. I'm going around.
Ow.
You leave me on the right side then.
Light slow. Light slow.
Too low, you're
He
right.
was planning to land here, but the controller
No,
asked
it does not say too low
just
terrain.
a little bit over on
It
the
is.
left. And that's not too uncommon of a request. I've had it happen in my airline career. I think I
Pull
had it
up.
happen on the 747. It's not
This
very
guy
common, but
sucks.
sometimes they might have a plane that they think, oh, we
Oh
can get
my
this other plane out, and you can just slide this other plane over one runway, they can land there, they can keep everything
Glide
moving
slow.
more efficiently,
Glide
and they'll
slow.
ask you, hey,
You're seriously going around for some AI or other multiplayer idiot who's taking off in the wrong direction?
I can't do it.
I saw some DCS VR.
Things that can happen.
It was
You
pretty
say,
trippy.
no, I can't do it. Air traffic control can tell you to hold, or
1,000.
go around, or whatever.
Was a
If
nice
you agree
landing,
to
dude.
do it, and you get to the other runway,
Gear
and you
up.
mess something up. Well, that's 100% on your responsibility. So you kind of have to judge based on listening to everything that's going around.
Or if you just
do
said
you
gear
need to do it, or do you not need to do it? And if you don't do it,
Yeah, because he was going around. It's a hectic moment. He forgot.
and it's a little bit
Who
hard
said
until
it?
you get enough experience.
Almost
But
at
if you
D-cell.
get asked, hey, can you do this, and you're a newer
Flat.
pilot, or you don't feel really comfortable, just realize you don't have to take what they're asking you to do. You can say, no, I
Don't
need to
forget
land
about
on
your
this
Micro
runway.
Center
And maybe you
reservation.
just say,
I
well,
didn't
go around,
pick
come
up
back
the
around and try it
device.
again, which is
I got the
totally
whole
fine.
thing. What the
Or,
hell?
like I said, if you feel good
Damn,
enough
they
to
really
slide
are
over there,
horrible.
just go ahead and slide over. But then you hear the controller telling the pilot that he needs him to get down and land. It sounds like this pilot is intentionally
Took off,
floating down the
damn.
runway, and this is a very long runway.
Turn right,
It's almost
060,
double the length of
3000
the one
feet.
at
No,
Midway
okay.
earlier.
You
And
are
this pilot is probably parking down in this area down here. So listen to when
Someone
he
needs to
says
give him directions. ATC is not going to do
Do
it.
the best I can. You get me
It's
all
really,
over.
really, 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 really,
The first third of the runway.
little now.
Couple miles
This
into the runway.
is
You say you're going to land towards the end of the runway. So that's going to really save you maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, that holding pattern is there for, yeah, it's busy, stay there for a bit till you redirect you.
Sorry that I overtalk you, but
So instead of landing at this part right here, they're planning to land in this part right here.
Sad I have to meet
We're
these
talking
kids.
about really a very minimal time savings, and the problem is that if you land at the very end of that runway and something were to go wrong,
Kids
like you
these
hit
days,
some
right?
oil slick, or who knows what, and you slide off the end of the runway, which happens, then you're
one
going to have to
question,
explain to
not
the
a
FAA
question.
or
That
Hello, I am
Andrew
Tate.
Do just
Hey,
be
this
a
is why
one
I
favor
decided
and
to do
shut
this.
a little
I
bit
wanted
up.
to save the extra minute on the ground. Now, I've talked about landing too short at the very start
Nobody
of the runway
wants
and
to
laying random
listen to
numbers.
you, I'm
That's
singing.
dangerous because
You
you
were
come up
banned
short,
from the server.
hitting the grass,
Little nav,
whatever's open.
little nav map is the best.
What happened?
I heard you are banned from the server.
Yeah, never.
Who was
Yeah,
it?
and the kid disconnected.
And Andrew Tate
Okay.
was in here.
Oh shit.
Top of
Thanks
descent
for
checks, please.
No, I mean
Warning
this
and landing
was...
displays.
Yeah.
Alright, let these
Sweet,
sellers-
nice.
Insufficient permissions. Warning and landing displays. Warning and landing
Well, I'm
displays.
glad that happened.
Yeah, it's true.
Warning and landing displays.
Two checks out. Checked.
Nice one.
ASI bugs used are 157. Is a basic.
157.
You seriously think he got banned? Fine.
No,
72.
that's a troll.
Yeah.
Altimeter bugs.
Oh god damn.
Checked.
The sounds even from TeamSpeak, so...
It does
Exactly.
sound something like it.
You finally recognize it.
Yeah, now, because, sometimes it takes a little bit longer in my head.
So what else do we got?
Talk power revoked.
Talk power.
Oh man,
Get this
for
shit.
every word is from TeamSpeak.
What is that?
Not even Discord.
Server group revoked.
That's great.
You get some more Andrew Tate shit
10
in.
miles.
You can piss somebody off with that.
Please, for me.
Hey, this guy...
I still think this one is the funniest.
Wait.
Connection with simulator lost.
Oh.
Oh, bad, man. Oh, man.
That sounds
That's
real.
fucked up. That's fucked up.
You could say you're an admin now.
No.
Yes.
He
Nah,
might be.
no.
You never know.
He is the admin.
Maybe.
You never know.
No.
He's the moderator.
He's saying no, that means he is. I'm just kidding. Alright, time to decelerate.
It's one
That's
step
actually-
closer.
That's actually a bannable offense. Claiming
Yeah.
you are while you aren't.
And if you
I
some
never
people fuck
claimed
you
to
up,
be
you
it.
just mute him or block him, so you have freedom.
You're gonna go to prison, Discord prison.
Altitude hold.
LA. Such a big city spread out.
Throttle's idle.
Leg 2 to 3 checks.
I'm trying to do this manually since I just kind of
I'm watching. Are you heading towards the airport?
Who, me?
Tab. There you go.
Yes, sorry, I'm trying to make a right turn.
Watching to see what
Coming
you're
up on
doing.
Mach 1.5, we'll take the second stage of throttling now.
Coming back to 32 degrees.
Aye.
I mean, I am from Germany, but I take every settings in my flight simulator on English. It's the best way to learn more.
Taking left or right?
Hello?
You've been banned from the server. That'd have been funny if someone played
That's leg 3 to 4 checked.
The ramps are up.
Hmm?
There are people here.
Yeah. Just not like 5 kids, that's just needed. promise you. How are you guys doing?
Thanks for asking. Nice. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm not good. But,
I am Groot.
I am Groot.
I am very good. Ja, ja.
Yeah.
I am Groot.
Today I muted like 3 kids.
Why?
I mean, today it's like, I don't know, but people can just came in the channel, just make really loud music on like kind of the shit. So.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
You know, it's
Like 4 to 5
like
all
every
looks
day
good.
is one troller. You know?
Well, that's unfortunate.
It's normal, I think.
I think it's the Xbox.
I don't know,
Facts. Okay, we made it.
Right, I'm gonna get ready for flight, so I don't.
but I never fly again from Europe to Africa. So long flight.
Oh, people did in Postland. It was fun.
Yeah, I fly right now to Africa from Europe.
Well, I flew from Istanbul to Dubai yesterday.
Arrive Europe, destination Africa. I hope my fuel is enough, but I think so.
Okay. What time is it due? 15. Okay,
340 for 110 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 53.6.
It is static.
I am now subsonic.
Mach 1.
Mach 1 check.
And leg 5 to 6, all checks out. 86%, please.
86% is coming up. Transparency de-ice and demist.
They're all on.
The decel descent checklist is complete. The fuel is still moving forward.
Through 30 for 110 with a prime 2992 is set and I've got 53.6.
It is static.
through 20 for 110, with a prime 2992. Is set, and I've got 53.5.
It is static.
Okay, that's leg 6 to 7. I'll check now.
Cabin crew, this is the flight engineer. 15 minutes to landing.
15 minutes till land.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go. Altitude acquire.
Approach checklist, landing briefing update.
No updates at the moment.
Understood. Taxi turn lights.
Yep, they're on.
Rad-INS switches. Rad-INS switches. Rad-INS switches. Rad-INS switches. Rad-INS switches.
Radio.
Engine rating going to take off. Approach coming on now. Fuel weight CG checks. No updates on the bugs. Seats and harness.
Mine's locked. Power off secure. Visors coming down. Through 10 for 50 with a prime 2992 is set, and I've got 53.5.
It is static.
Number 2. Let's go to straight. Pasta, tamam. Tamam.
Trzeba byś uprawiał RT zmierza, który ci będzie teraz żeby spokój.
Altitude alert, 1000 to go. Nose 5.
The approach checklist is complete.
83 right.
Radio altimeters are active.
Altitude acquire. Altitude acquire. Altitude acquire. Altitude acquire.
Landing checklist.
Four greens.
Checks 4 greens. Nose. Nose.
Nose coming up.
Nose.
Nose down.
Nose. Down and green, brakes.
Check normal.
Landing checklist is complete.
Altitude acquire.
Wait a second, is that the airport to the right? Nah, can't be. Nah, I'm going in the right direction. Pretty sure. Oh shit, acceleration, deceleration, performance calculations, decel landing. 16,500. Landing speed 180. Bug instruments. Alright, I'm on final. Or about to be. Yeah, I see the runway. Hell yeah.
What plane are you flying?
Concorde, the new one. Alright, forelock. Oh, I didn't get the beep yet.
I'm gonna try and watch you, but I'm kind of on approach myself.
Glide
Land.
capture.
I got the glide capture. I'm in. Hell yeah. I'm doing it with a joystick though. I'm used to a yoke. I'm coming in kind of sideways though. Wonder if it'll correct itself. I'm just gonna fly it manual. I like flying the Concorde anyways, it's fun. It's like the one plane I enjoy truly flying.
feet radio.
5 greens. Go around altitude is set.
Concorde lands at a high speed, 180 knots is fast when you think about it. It doesn't have flaps though. Because of the way it's shaped, I think. It has to land at a higher speed to keep draft, whatever you want to call it, lift.
500 feet.
Stable.
400 feet.
Which Lockheed Martin
Flight directors off.
version you have?
100 above.
300 feet.
Decide.
200 feet. 100 feet. 50, 40, 30, 20, 15.
Oh, that was a good landing.
Very nice.
Front nose, I gotta push it down. Reversers. That was a good landing.
I did not know the Concorde has reversers.
What? They have reversers?
I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm saying I didn't know it had.
Oh. You saw that landing though, that was good, huh?
100 knots.
I told you I could land the Concorde. I'm confident in this player plane.
You have
75 knots.
What's up?
50.
You need
40.
Which Lockheed Martin?
20
wait,
knots.
I can read it.
Huh?
The newest version you have.
Wait,
of this flight simulator.
My turn to get on to approach.
That looks good.
I just landed at KSEA.
Is this Flight Simulator X?
No, this is P3D. Which is FSX, honestly. It's just Lockheed Martin recoded it a little bit and just put their name on it. It's the same
A tiny little bit.
Okay, a lot, but they did put their name on it. They paid a lot.
Mostly the internal engine though. I think the graphics are still pretty much the same. Maybe minor updates.
Minor updates.
Not sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, short final.
Thanks for watching. Here, I'll watch your approach. Let me see. Yeah,
no, it's nice to watch because I have also one Concorde, but I have to learn to fly it. So
is it for
nice
2020? Oh, I appreciate that.
Who's on short final?
That would be try Google yet.
Also.
Google yet. I'm gonna watch him. I'm trying to shut off my
5
stream.
miles that is though. Just so you know, first time flying this plane.
Don't worry.
What
Everyone
airplane?
starts somewhere.
Let me see.
But it looks good and your graphics are epic.
788.
I'm watching.
787
Hold on.
Dreamliner.
Alright, I'm watching.
Your graphics looks really nice.
Well, that's what my joist or my yoke's based off of, the 787. I have not flown that one. I'm watching.
It seems it's not capturing anything.
Which Dreamliner is it where you get it? Is it a paper one?
It's the Curo 88.
Oh, okay.
788. Just gonna manually get down because fuck this.
Push it.
Nice one, Red. flight directives are off.
I think you were buttering it. This looks really
Butter,
good.
motherfucker. Good landing so far.
Right on the center. Like a professional pilot.
Yeah. This is a good landing.
Hey.
Nope. I'm a bit higher than I'm used to.
Yeah, come on for the first flight, dude. Seriously.
I'm so used to 7.3.
Yeah, no, that was a good landing though.
I mean, it's your first
that was crap.
Yeah,
that
but
was a fucking
it
bounce.
Could have been worse. It was a
Do
bounce.
you try Google yet? Yes, maybe it was hot, but it was your first flight with this, or not. So.
Did you guys see that 767 that they like bent in half at United Airlines?
What?
It wasn't that bad of a landing, but